Still have it muted?
Yeah.
Why don't you pause that or not disconnect, and go check it, make sure we got sound. Does that thing have Bluetooth?
No, I couldn't figure out how to get it to connect to anything.
You're gonna have to stand up and go out there. Or just do it. Is it working? Hello?
Yeah. It is.
Is the volume turned all the way off on that?
Yes.
Is that connected?
Reconnecting to the speaker right now.
That's how big of the picture goes.
I think. Yeah.
What's going on? If you guys are there, chime in. Try that. Mute that. God damn. Hey, so welcome. It absolutely is a 50. So I have some thoughts today. I don't know if y'all are interested. I know I got one guy who likes to come back and watch my videos in short, so I want to respond to something he said. He was talking about gun bros and gun guys. Yeah. I've had mine now for what, 3 years, 3.5 years.
Something like that, yeah.
So one of them things I bought. But you're here, Johnny. Let's talk. I want to talk about or reply to this guy's video. So this guy says, "Hey, man, you know what's the difference between a gun guy and a gun bro?" And he went on to explain that he feels a gun guy should know everything about everything. And I started thinking about that. And a lot of times when I'm doing lives and stuff, I don't have all the information. I appreciate it. Double tap that screen. But this guy says, yeah, if you're a gun guy, you should know everything about a firearm. You should know the history. You should know all this stuff. And I started thinking about that. And so I did a little research today. Did you know that firearms were invented between the 10th and 12th century? That the earliest recorded firearm was recorded in 1364? The first recorded handgun, history of a handgun, was in 1432. So that puts us at what? How many years? Short of 600?
Yeah.
And I started thinking, okay, so firearms were invented between the 10th and 12th century. Their first recorded piece of history was in 1364. And this guy's comment or stance is if you like guns and you're that guy, you should know everything about them. Okay. And I started thinking, well, maybe they just mean like modern guns, because a lot of people ask me about Tauruses or Canics, and I tell them, man, I don't know, I don't have them. And so I did a little more research, and statistics are a little hard to find, but the published data I was able to easily locate says that in 2022, in the USA, only the United States of America, we produced domestically 13.4 million firearms. 13.4 million firearms were produced. And this number, it doesn't quite double every year, but it significantly takes leaps and bounds. I'm like, all right, 13.4 million firearms produced domestically in the US. So obviously this guy, when he's mentioning, hey, you should know everything about a gun. Okay, all right. Thought, well, maybe we'll make this easy, right? Maybe I just like AR-15s, or I want to specialize in AR-15s. So I did a little more research. There's over 500 companies, over 500 domestic United States of America companies that manufacture AR-15s. That's a lot of AR-15s, right? A lot of AR-15s. And I have a statistic somewhere written down of how many are produced. But if you think about it, each one of these companies that produces an AR-15, I do see your comment. I love the Oldies had the old military book in high school, went into detail on equipment. I used to love them books too. I got a bunch of the old NRA stuff and history books. But if somebody were to say you should know everything about guns, you like AR-15s, well, there's 500 companies that produce an AR-15. And out of each one of them companies, they have their product line. So they're going to have pistol length, they're going to have rifle length, orange smoke. How are you doing? Check back. When you come back, I'm going to repeat some of this information. Let me know when you're back. So these companies, they'll have, their product line. They'll have pistol lengths, maybe like 7.5. Then they'll get up to like 10 inch, 10.3, 10.5, maybe 10.8, 11 inch, 11.3, 11.5, 11.8, and they'll go all the way up, and then they'll get into the rifle lengths, 16 inch or 14 and a half. They'll get into 20 inch, 24 inch barrels. Then they'll have what the barrel's made out of, how it's formed, button rifled, cold hammer forged, if it's chrome lined, if it's chrome moly vanadium, if it's melanite, if it's phosphated, if it's all these things. And I'm thinking, there is nobody in the world that knows all these statistics. The price is right. It's a 50 cal. What do you mean, how that a collection? So even in regards to people that are experts in certain fields, you'll get people that are maybe like early Civil War firearms or historical firearms. You got Ian, who's does like forgotten weapons. That's where his area expertise is. There's a lot of firearms experts that'll be an expert in just World War I, II, or World War II. The time period between World War I, World War II, and even them guys, when you start talking to them, a lot of times they have to reference data, be it a book they published or books others have published. Yeah, forgotten weapons is the shit. What I don't know what you're asking about AKM. What's going on, man? How are you doing? Appreciate you showing up. Hit that, double tap that screen, throw a like on this video. I started thinking, how can I relate this back to this guy that you feeling that somebody that is a firearms guy per se should know the complete history of every firearm out there. And I started thinking, all right, well, let's look at it, professionals. And I started really thinking about what can I compare know-it-all to. And I started thinking, all right, we got doctors, right? any doctor will all agree. I mean, they're dealing with life and death, is an expert, right? They're an expert in medicine. That's how you become a doctor, right? There's over 134 types of doctor. You know, everything from neurosurgeons to vascular to proctology to orthopedics. So even though these guys are experts in their field, they're still sub experts. And even these guys that are, you know, specializing in, like I said, cardiology or something, there's even a more refined type of doctor, you know, where they deal with a specific cardiology disease or illness. So my short spew on all that, if you're listening, is, dude, you're full of shit. Anyway, how y'all doing? It's Friday at noon Central Time. You guys off work? Did you take off today? What's your plans for the weekend? And if anybody says hookers and blow, I'm gonna have to subscribe to your channel. That's a great plan for the weekend. Maybe not for me, but it's a great plan. So that's what I know. The CZ with the orange grip is a Tactical Sport Orange 2. That one is chambered at 9mm. You know what I think I'm going to do? I would love to answer every question everybody has today. That's going to be the goal for today. But I think in order for me to answer a question, I'm going to have to say double tap that screen, because being I can see the likes and you guys aren't double hitting it for me. I mean, wouldn't you want to see videos on these or some other cool shit? The way for me to want to do more videos or break any of this stuff down is to get the views and likes on the video, right? I don't know what you guys want to see if number one, you don't tell me in the comments. Number two, show that channel support, right? What country are you in? Go ahead and play that music.
Okay.
Just keep it low. It's both. So I have the 50 caliber barrel and the 44 Magnum barrel. Just double tap that screen. That's going to be the troll tax today. I'll answer any question you guys have, but you got to double tap that screen first. Lebanon, huh? That's interesting. It's got to be a interesting place to live, huh? How's the sound coming through? You guys picking this up okay? Is it too loud, too quiet? Double tap that screen and I'll answer that question. It's semi-automatic. Double tap. I think I just had you do it. Nope. Double tap the screen and I'll answer the question. There you go. It's a 22 long rifle. I got a few. This ain't even all my CZs. Yep, that's a Barrett. So I have a lot of guns. We shoot CZs for competition for USPSA and Steel Challenge. Uh, so I enjoy them. They're quality. Um, that's why I have so many. And it's not just me, right? So you're seeing my guns, but a lot of this stuff I have doubles and triples of. Obviously, like the North American Arms, I don't. PCR, my Glock 26 is my carry gun. Static, you got to double tap that screen. I'd love to answer that question. Same with you, Serge. As soon as I see them double taps, wham wham, I'll answer any question you got. There's one. I don't know which one it was. Come on, other one, hit it. It's free. Doesn't cost you nothing. There's starving children in Africa that depend on this right now. All right, Serge. Uh, favorite carry. My carry gun I actually put on here today because I get asked that is a Glock 26. That's the bottom left Glock on the screen. It's a Gen 5. I have carried a Gen 3, Gen 4, and Gen 5. Gen 5 is just my newest. Tony, you got to double tap that screen. We'll have that conversation. I'm watching the likes today. Let's drive these up. Let's make it happen. David, did you hit double tap the screen? Why don't you look on there where you can watch them? A lot of people like the 365s. I'm not a SIG guy. I do not own any HK USPs. They're nice. So a lot of my stuff, a good share of it, right, is stuff that I can use in some form of a sport or another, or some form of action pistol shooting. I obviously have my carry guns, but like the HK USP, it's a great gun, but it's too big for me to carry. A lot of people do shoot them, but the 45 ACP is kind of a hindrance in doing a lot of high volume shooting. You know, even if you're reloading and using cast lead, 45 is expensive. You know, if you're looking at getting one, I wouldn't say you'd be disappointed. There's definitely some advantages over like a 1911, one being the capacity, two being, you know, it's a modern constructed pistol. It's got some things going for it for sure. Tony, did you double hit that screen or did you move on already? I do not have a business anymore, so I closed my shop. It was in 2012, the end of 2012. So everything I have here is personal use. I do not sell firearms. I very rarely trade in a firearm. Did you double tap that screen, Tony? So I'll answer that question. I can see the numbers, but it doesn't tell me who actually hit it or not. So y'all could get over on me if you wanted to. All right, man. So under $500, what I would recommend is looking for a used 1911. There's some out there. I'll come back to that question. I support the current thing. Give me just a minute though. There's a lot out there. I would look for like a used Smith and Wesson. The Tauruses are around that price range. I'd stay away from like the Tias or the Rock Island Arms. If you can spend, you know, closer to that $1,000, double your investment, you're getting 4 times more gun for the money. You know, even like $700-800, you get into Colts. You can get into a lot of the better manufactured firearms. You can find the Kimbers out there for that, you know, under 1,000 range. You You know, a cheap 1911 will work, and a lot of people would be okay with it. But I promise you, you would be glad in the long run that you wait a couple more months and buy a nicer one. So the CZ, you must like CZ. So I do have one that's Cajunized. It's not out here. It's a SPO1 tactical. Um, I'm not sure what HM for bulk means. Round Chucka and Jocelyn, double tap that screen, show me a like, and I will answer your questions. Yeah, asking how much for bulk what? I mean bulk rice, bulk corn, you know. Double tap that screen, I'll answer the question. So favorite training ammo, I generally load my own. I'll shoot bulk berries bullets, um, or I'll shoot RMR and recycled range brass. I'm not one for buying ammunition if I don't have to. Um, and I specialize our loads to the gun, right? Each gun is different. Each gun likes a different load depending on which one we're using. Is what we load. I enjoy the testing of it and development, load development. So that's where that is. Thoughts on Canucks. So my thoughts on Canucks are maybe a little skewed. I don't own one. I have never owned one. However, I've handled some. So my thoughts and impressions are this. Usually, I have both. I have Hornady carbide. I have Lee carbide, uh, and I have RCBS. I have a Foster die for my rifle for seeding and sizing. I think Canuck comes in at a very competitive price rate. Daily everything, double tap that screen when I see another like up here. I'll answer your question. I think for the money people pay for Canucks, they're getting a lot of gun. They definitely get a lot of accessories. They have made a very large dent in the two-way market. Some people really like them, some don't. Personally, for me, I haven't seen anything special enough about a Canuck to make me want to buy it, so I don't own one. But I mean, like USPSA competitions or IDPA competitions, you see a lot of Canucks, and some of that is because of the budget. Answered the dies. I appreciate it. I missed a question here. Scrolling. Are these even legal? Well, I mean, I'm on YouTube broadcasting, so you tell me. Obviously not, right? Any second, the ATF's going to come kick in my door, shoot my dogs, and I'm out of here. That's a good question. I support the current thing, man. I hope you subscribe to the channel because you got some good questions. I'm digging this. I like the 320. However, it really bothers me, and it's not even just the gun; it's the company at this point that they're trying to put blame somewhere other than where it belongs. That makes me not want to deal with this company. I mean, there's a lot of people that are getting seriously hurt. We'll take out the fact, hey, our frontline protectors are being injured by a service pistol that they're issued or assigned. So to have them guys being injured is really messed up. Sir Deezy, let me see another like on here from you, and I will absolutely answer that question. But that's my ransom for today. I'm going to answer any questions I can, and I'll answer them honestly. Maybe a little biased just from my experience, but I'm holding answers at a troll booth today. Um, So my everyday carry, if I didn't answer that, which I've answered a few times, is a Glock 26. It's on the bottom left-hand side. Stifler, how are you doing? I'm glad to see you, man. I actually look forward to you jumping in here. I was telling my son, he's sitting here, about the stiff bat. I was actually going to start pushing. I was debating on doing a video about having any of y'all listening, right? This is insider information from Stifler Manufacturing. Future up and coming. I mean, this guy is going to be top line company, but he's about to do something that nobody has done before. Completely innovative, and making a detour on the way home. There you go. Yeah, it sucks. But yeah, he's coming out with the stiff point. If you guys want to know more about the stiff point, go to Stifler Manufacturing and check out their website. You guys will be blown away when you see this. It'll actually absolutely blow your mind. It's a new competition firearm that is guaranteed to turn the competition world upside down. How's that, Stifler? I'm telling you, Sussex, how are you doing? I don't know what that means, but Pig Paul, I'll answer the question. Number one, I got to know more what you mean. Number two, double tap that screen or I won't answer any questions. I was the Stiff Point Pro. That's going to be the winner right there. I was just watching a few other people. I forget what channel it was, but they were talking about having the same issue where, man, I forget where that was. But they were saying how they had a lot of problems with the guns going into battery to the point when the guy rotated back to civilian world, when he charged the pistol, he would actually hit the back of the slide, and he had transitioned to a Glock, but it was a training scar because they had to hit the slide so many times to get the round into battery that it became instinct or secondhand nature. Pig Pal, did you hit that like button? What I prefer a Glock 26 for, and this may or may not make sense to you, right? So let me tell you about me a little bit. Number one, I'm left-handed, and number two, I carry in waistband. So when I get in and out of a vehicle and I go to sit down in a car, my grip will hit the A-frame of a car, hit the door pillar. So for a right-handed person, that's not an issue. You come in, you swing your hips, you sit down. For a left-handed person, when I'm getting into a vehicle with a full-size grip, a Glock 19 grip or a Glock 17 grip, a 1911, it hits the frame on the door. That's part of why I carry a Glock 26. I couldn't even grab my holster off there. I can answer that question. I appreciate it, Pig Pal. I don't have anything real fancy, so I have some that a friend of mine used to make. Again, being left-handed, it's hard to buy holsters. And the one I currently have, which I can't show because I'm not going anywhere near the camera on a live, it's not marked. I don't even remember where I bought it, but I know it wasn't expensive. It was probably under $30. It's just a holster. Not as many as you think. When I do videos on my channel of it, just shorts and stuff, that's probably one of my least viewed guns. To me, I love seeing that stuff, but a lot of things, especially like a lot of the stuff on the table, outside most people's knowledge or ability to purchase. So it kind of seems like people shy away from watching it. There you go. Yeah, a right-hander. I mean, different problems. Definitely being left-handed, I can get to a gun easier than a right-handed person. And hitting the door frame, and if I think about it, I don't. But that's why I carry a Glock 26 over 19. If you notice on mine, it has the grip extension that does not add any capacity. But what it does in the front half of the frame there, where you grip it, it gives you a Glock 19 grip. But you'll notice it's cut at an angle. So you still get a full grip, you still get a full handful, but I don't hit the door pillar. I missed Stifler's comment. Let's see.
I can read it to you.
Yeah, what was it?
We'd like to do slides for the Glock 26 someday, but right now it's the 19s, followed by the 17, and maybe the 43 after.
Them are going to be your three popular guns. You know that. They do. And a firearm's shootable without it. But for me personally, I've had them grip extensions on every Glock 26 I've owned over the years. When I actually bought this Gen 5, I opened up the last pack years ago, back in the early 2000s when I bought my first Glock 26. I ordered 8 of them, right? I thought there was 8 or a single package. I didn't look at the quantity, so I got 16 of them. Well, three generations of Glocks. I usually have 4 magazines for a carry gun. I actually just opened the last package for these new magazines when I got them. The G3 you're talking, the Taurus G3. How'd you like that? A lot of people talk about them, and I have no experience with one. Well, if you subscribe to the channel, I'm not going to do it today, but it is something I will absolutely show you if you want to see it broke down. I'll do it in a way that maybe I think I can get away with it. It's a very simple firearm. There's one push pin in the front half. The gun hinges apart. You move the bolt all the way to the rear. You pull the charging handle out. The bolt will then completely strip out of the upper. It's really, really easy to take apart, actually.
Yeah.
OG, you got to hit the like button. When I see another like pop up here, I'll answer your question. Same with you, Anthony. I would love to answer them questions, but let's see them likes. I'm holding all my answers for ransom. All right. The Desert Eagle has 2 barrels. I have the 44 Magnum barrel, and I have the 50 Action Express. I don't ever shoot the 50. The 44 is a lot of fun. The Shadow 2 is definitely not my favorite handgun. In fact, you may not even realize it, but most people don't. There's not even a Shadow 2 on this table. There's CZ products, but nothing, there's no shadows. Dylan, did you hit the double tap that screen for me? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this absolutely isn't everything.
I just noticed you can actually see the likes come up on the comments when we do.
I pulled out a little bit more today, pistol wise, than I usually did. I appreciate it. I have quite a few things. Found a gun shop we've been watching in Texas. If you hit that, double tap that screen, I think it's Tyler. I'll answer that question. When I opened my business, so it was a home business, and I converted my 2.5 car garage to a machine shop. It For me, it was very easy. For the city, uh, Kalost, I appreciate it. I had to go to the city and get my property rezoned for dual purpose, which was actually really easy. Uh, and then the biggest thing with the city was I had to have off street parking that had 4 vehicles. I got a 3 car driveway long, but behind my house, between my house and my garage is paved. They came up with that being the 4 spots, so I was compliant. Um, the hardest part for me when I opened that was uh, getting insurance, and I was probably underinsured. I had $3 million coverage, and that was definitely not enough. And I was advised at that, especially when you start putting together custom guns. Um, I do not have a Scar 17. That's on the list. There's a lot of stuff I don't have. I have a lot of things, and I don't have a lot of stuff. Right? Scars are cool. I do not have any high powers. Um, I've been looking at them. I've actually been looking at them for the last couple of years. I'd like to get one of the original FN Brownings, the Smith and Wesson. I can't remember what they call that model, but I was looking at that one too. Uh, and honestly, if when I go in stores, if they had one in stock, I'd probably buy it. But it's something I seem to have to order. Pig Pal, I appreciate you subbing. Um, Frylock, if you hit the like button, I will answer that question for you. Actually, I'd really like to answer that one. So, guys, encourage him to hit that like button. All right. Why do people ever have more than 2 pistols? Yet get an AR and maybe a shotgun, maybe a bow, crossbow. So pistols are interesting because you'll have your concealed carry gun, and then most people have something they can shoot. There's very few people I know that only own two firearms or 3 firearms. Um, but I think that's the biggest thing is people preference for carrying. Um, my city's gotten a lot worse with all that too. But at the time when I did it, I was actually surprised how easy it was. Even the ATF agent that came out for the initial visit, she was cool as hell, man. She sat here, and I had different dogs then, but she sat here and played ball with him in the backyard. Walked in the house, looked around. Yep, okay, this is where you're gonna store him. Yep, okay, looked at the shop. Yep, you're good. Um, Way cool people. Uh, when they did home visits later, they were professional. That was one thing I really didn't like about having a firearms business out of my home is they do show up anytime they want, and it is an open search warrant. They do come in and look around. Um, SB 98, double tap that like screen, and I would love to answer that. Um, I agree that you should have more um, than 1 or 2 firearms. What was that? The comment?
Any gun that you absolutely despise and why?
Um, Absolutely despise. There's so many. Um, I I'm not a fan of Palmetto State Armory. I will not purchase any more firearms from them ever. I will not deal with their company ever. Um, Trying to think, some of the guns that I despise were like the old Jennings 25 ACP. Um, oh man, there's. It would take me a little while to think about some of the ones that I've really hated over the years. Some of like the subcompacts and like 45. Let her know we're doing a live.
Yep, I did.
Um, what's going on? I don't despise the yeet cannon. So even when I had my shop, I sold a lot of them. A lot of the high point, what are they, C9s or the full size. They work most of the time. For a person to get into an entry budget level firearm, to have something for home defense, it's definitely better than nothing. The only thing I'll really say about High Point as a bonus is they have a lifetime warranty, no questions asked. You disassemble it and you can't put it back together, it breaks, you send it to them, and man, they are Johnny on the spot. Ash, double tap that screen and I'll answer that question. So I don't despise them. Well. Ash, I'll double tap the screen first, and I'll point out that this is a 18 and above channel. Yeah, they work. That's the. So that's actually not a Beretta. It's a Gersan MC Deluxe. And it's titanium nitride. It's a good place if a person needs a firearm, right? No matter what your life situation, if you need a firearm right now, you may not have the resources to get it, a more quality one. They work. It'll save your life. If you double tap that screen, I'll tell you what I'm shooting. I don't know how to pronounce your name. It looks like Chinese or Japanese. Double tap that screen and I'll answer the question. Honestly, yeah, CZ was the first one to really blow me out. Read the question.
Yeah, it is. Is it a real gun?
These are absolutely real guns. CZ has surprised me. Dan Weston has surprised me. You're paying for it. I think bang for your buck. Ruger is a great company. I've bought in a few of their products over the years. My first Savage I bought years ago. That gun absolutely surprised me with its accuracy. An exceptionally accurate rifle. The Volkorstern products, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but I have a black Mamba all the way at the top. It's built on a Ruger 2245 Mark IV frame, but they take the gun and they put their own slide on it. It's an $1,800 22. That firearm is worth every bit of that and then some. Chandler, hit that, double tap the screen and I'll answer that question. So the G3X, no, I don't really get into those, only because for what I have, it would be a downgrade. It's not something I would carry. It's not something I would shoot. And being I'm not getting paid, I'm not gonna just go buy it to buy it. But from what I hear, a lot of people really like them. They're bang for your buck. Thomas, double tap that screen, give me a like, and I'll answer the question. No, they're steel. They're milled.
Is that a pile of CZs?
What?
Was the question?
Oh, so there's a few CZs on here, right? There's the PCR, there's the SPO1 Tactical, there's a Tactical Sport Orange 2, there is a Checkmate. So not really a pile, but there's some. And then the Dan Weston is on there. So, I mean, it's a CZ Dan Weston love child. That's actually a really nice gun to shoot. I would recommend other stuff before the Dan Wesson, but depending on what a person we're going to use it for, it's an incredible pistol. Third from the top, it's semi-auto. And I hope you double tap the screen. I'm holding that stuff for ransom, so quick double tap that. I don't think I shook you down for that.
He had asked a question before you answered.
Oh, did he? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you did. I'm sorry. Dylan Davis. Yep. No, it's semi-auto. Obviously 9mm. My home defense caliber is a 357 Magnum with 158 grain Hydroshocks plus P. I appreciate it, man. Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. Pull that up. You don't even have your phone. Maybe I'm wrong.
Check it on here.
And I'm not sure, right? When you say CZ75 frames, there's a lot of variations. So I don't know if you're talking about the actual CZ75, like the B or the BD, or the original versions like that.
Yeah, Google came up with that they're normally made from not cast steel. They're forged.
Yeah, Google says they're forged. Pull up CZ website. Let's make this a mission. We're gonna find that. We're gonna find this answer together. There's like the PCR. I've never really looked into it that close. But I'm pretty sure the Tactical Sport Oranges, the SPO1, the Checkmate, I think them are all forged. I think they're all pretty sure. But we'll find out. I'm not the guru. I can tell you when my CZs were manufactured. That much I can tell you. But the fine details, I'd have to look it up. So the 357, I use that for home defense because it's a revolver. It's 7 shots. It's actually a Taurus, so don't take that. You know, I'm going to talk completely bad about Taurus because I won't. I do own a few, but it's a little snubby 357. Holds 7 rounds, and I've chosen that firearm because I can leave it loaded. It's been loaded for over a decade, right? We take it out, we shoot it, and put the ammunition back in it. So I don't have to worry about magazines or anything like that. K-frame. I want to get a 627, probably from their custom shop, their little Jerry Micklick special. But I think he's got I don't know if he shoots 38 or 45, but the 627 is a classic frame. A lot of people run them for revolver divisions in IDPA and USPSA. What do you have the 4-inch barrel on it, or do you have? I think it's what 4 or 5 or 6, or is it 4, 6, and 8 or something. Janko, I'm not sure what you're asking exactly, but if you want me to respond, you have to double tap that screen. What kind of jobs do you do?
Yeah, with everything saying it's steel, this one
Yeah.
description says all steel construction except the alloy frame.
Yeah, so that's the alloy aluminum frame. So yeah, I don't think they're all well, they're not all aluminum. I know some of them are, but yeah, I don't like my PCR. That's a steel frame, but I never really looked at it to see if it's cast. But from what the kid is seeing is look up the PCR, see if it's what frame it's got.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's steel. So Jaden, obviously the biggest one up here is the 50 cal
Frame aluminum.
aluminum. So the PCR has an aluminum frame. Um, a lot of people seem to like them Rammies too. Uh, they're cool looking. It's interesting. I think they're discontinued, aren't they? I think pretty sure CZ discontinued them.
Yeah, but it is a forged aluminum frame.
There you go. Layla, double tap that screen. Give me a like on the video or the live here, and I will absolutely answer that question for you. The 6-inch with a comp, man, that thing's got to shoot so soft. I mean, even with 357, I would assume that it's just butter smooth. You throw 38 specials in there, and it's got to feel like a 22, huh? Yeah, shut that, please. I agree. They're urban gray guns. My Shadow 2 I own, which isn't out here, is the urban gray. Uh, when I first saw it, I wasn't a fan of it. After I bought it, the color's grown on me. I don't mind it at all. A CZ, I think they're unique in the fact that they throw colored grips on a gun, and people really like to get them. It's like it's like a fish, right? Fish are attracted to shiny things that rattle and make noise. I think CZ figured that out. Um, that's why so many of their guns that have the removable grips are colored blues, blacks, purples, reds, greens, oranges. The PO7, them are really nice too. I don't own one, but they're nice. I've been trying to get off the CZ kick a little bit, but there's still a few that I want. I want a P10. I want a PO7, probably a PO9. CZs, that's definitely one thing they're known for is great triggers from the package. Did Layla double tap that? All right, Layla. I'm not giving you any firearms. I'm not selling any firearms. Yes, absolutely. That's a Shadow Systems. It's a MR920P. And I bought that for my daughter. She'll be competing with that gun this year. I appreciate it, Brandon. Um, yeah, nothing's being sold. Uh, I'm not really bragging. I mean, I admit, right? It's a little bit of a flex. We busted out some good stuff today. But the purpose of what I'm doing is number one, it's cold as hell outside. So there's nothing to do outside. I have work I could do inside. but I'm being lazy. I'm trying to get my YouTube watch hours up to get my channel fully monetized. The absolute easiest way I have discovered to do that um, is through lives. I am able to connect with a lot of people. I'm able to generate views and subs that way. I really want to do some videos, uh, but it's until the subscribers are there to watch them, it's it's not really worth burning through all my material, right? Uh, Sanchi, you got to double tap that screen. I'll gladly answer that question. Um, I'm left-handed too, so uh, I'm I'm assuming you're saying you're left-hand. So yeah, I'm left-handed too. That makes life interesting. Yeah, Jaden or Stifler, maybe that comment was made for you. If you guys haven't checked out Stifler Manufacturing, they manufacture custom Glock slides. Um, they had some really cool stuff out there. Really cool stuff. Money Green, yo, sup, bro? Double tap that screen, man. Throw some likes on some videos, ask some questions.
And we have like from Anthony then. Actually, he liked earlier.
Yeah, he liked earlier.
It's a Sanchi. I was thinking of with it. Is that 1911 emissary?
Oh, is that what he was asking? I thought he was asking if I like the gun. Anthony, no, that's a Colt 1911. I'll come back to that in just a second. So, do I hunt small game? I haven't hunted in years. I used to. I used to hunt a lot. Uh, I had my mom's farm we'd hunt on. I had some neighbors out there land we would hunt on, and then I had some leased hunting land. Uh, I don't have the land lease anymore. We lost that. People sold the property, and my mom passed away. Um, I'm not a rich person, so I'm not going to go out and buy prime hunting land. But I did used to hunt squirrels and rabbits with my 22 rifle. Um, the smallest gun I own, Money Green, the smallest caliber would be a 17 HMR, and that's a rifle. The smallest physical handgun I have is the one on the very bottom of the table, and that's a North American Arms, and it's chambered in 22 long rifle. That's extremely small. Uh, if like when you have blue jeans on, you know how they'll have a little like change purse, a little change pocket on the side of them. That gun will fully sit in there. Uh, I've been patted down by the police with it on me, and they pat right over it. Um, I told them I had it. They patted me down. They're like, "Where's that gun?" I'm like, "Oh, it's right there." And then they get a weird look because they missed it. Oh, you carry on both sides? Okay. Yeah. Um, I'm impressed. We got a girl that's a shooter. Really impressed with that. I like the shadow system. Um, man, it happens. She passed away from COVID. Um, so I have a few. Uh, I won't include my kids' guns. I have a Smith and Wesson 1520. I shouldn't include that. My daughter stole it, but I have a Smith and Wesson 1522 that I built up. I have a Ruger 1022 that I built up over the years, changed the barrel, stock action, blah blah blah. I have a couple other 1022s. Um, is that it?
I think.
I have a bunch of 22 pistols. Um,
Yeah, I think rifles. Yeah.
um, I missed part of the comment or what you're responding to there, Stifler. So I bought that Shadow Systems for my daughter. She's young. She's 11 years old, but she shoots competitively. Um, One of her favorite guns to shoot is a Glock 44 chambered in 22 long rifle. And so it's time to get her first 9mm competition pistol. Uh, and what I looked for, I didn't know what I was looking for when I bought that. What I told my dealer was I want something in a Glock 19 frame, and I want something with a factory comp. I didn't want to buy another Glock and then strip it down and build it. I just prefer to buy something done. Um, and he came back with that. He called me a couple weeks later. He goes, "Come check this out. I think this is what you're looking for." So the Shadow System, it's a Glock 19 frame and slide. It's got the factory comp, uh, and it's got the recontoured frame and stuff. So it's exactly what I was asking for him when I asked. I didn't know what I was looking for. I just had a checklist of what I was looking at. Shayna, hi. That the red dot on this one, yes, it's inverted. It's mounted sideways. The reason it's mounted sideways is if you look, let's try to move you here.
Let's see
Good.
your picks up.
Yeah, we'll give it a second here to catch up. If you look, you see how low that dot is to the slide? Extremely low, right? So obviously, the lower it is, the easier it is to find. Carson, am I saying that? Carseth? I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce your name. If you double tap the screen and throw a like on the channel,
It's Carson the Hunter.
Carson the Hunter, I will absolutely answer that question. Double tap. But yeah, that's the reason that's mounted sideways. I have another Checkmate, and it's got the traditional mount, and it works, but I like the inverted mount much, much more.
You like?
Layla, I appreciate it. So yes, Carson, that is a Barrett M82, 50 BMG. If you're curious, the rifle weighs unloaded. It weighs 39 pounds, and have we ever measured how long it is? I don't think we've ever measured it, but the barrel's 29 inches.
I know when it's on the bust pad, it stands almost 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so it's from butt to tip. It's almost 5 feet in length. It's a big boy. It's a very impressive firearm to shoot. I absolutely love taking new shooters out. And people that aren't even interested in guns, we'll get talking to them like, "Hey man, you ever shoot a 50? No? Come on, give me a call this weekend. I'll take them out and let them shoot it." It's a bucket list item, even for people that aren't really that into firearms. I mean, everybody knows what a 50 cal is, and you get them out and you get them behind that trigger, and the look on their face is just absolutely impressive. I have no 380s on the table. There's 145 ACP, 222 long rifles, and one 9mm major. There's a 44 up there, 44 Magnum. Turn that back up just a little.
This is my phone shut off again. Are you still watching?
Are you still watching?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the 35 ACP. I'm thinking you probably mean either the 32 ACP or a 25 ACP.
Maybe, or I don't know.
Yeah, for gangster. No, I mean, I understand why that would be a thing, but no, it's just about getting it low. Much faster from draw to presentation to first shot fired. It's significantly easier to shoot. mounted that way. And that isn't something you would do for your carry gun or anything else. It's a competition pistol.
And for you too, where you learn to shoot iron sights, so you're using
Yeah,
them
that's
lower.
the other thing is, for me, who for decades have only shot iron sights on pistols. When I went to the red dot on that, and it was mounted higher than obviously the iron sights were, I kind of struggled with it. I mean, I got to the point where I could shoot it and I was okay with it, but I wasn't great with it. I have shorts on my video that date back quite a ways, and you'll see me in some of them looking for that red dot. And this last year when I switched to that style mount. Last year, I think it was beginning of January, so I've had it on there a year now. I absolutely like it like that. Big O, what's up? How are you doing? Um, I didn't know Berettas were your favorite. Uh, if you like Berettas, there's a channel called Overzealous Collector. That guy is really into Berettas. I don't understand why he is because he's left-handed, but he's got some really cool Berettas on there. He customizes everything out. So Scott, or yes, Scoot, I will answer that question for you. Um, but you have to double tap the screen, throw a like on the channel, and I will answer that. So on the left side of the frame, there's 3 screws and it's milled out. The 35 ACP. The CZ Checkmate is machined for a gas pedal. If you look at the Tactical Sport Orange on the right of that gun, you can see it's got a gas pedal on it. That's milled from the factory. It comes like that. The mounts that CZ uses mounts directly to that. The mount that's on here is a replacement for that, made by Tony Systems, and it's a direct mount. It's drilled and tapped and mounts the gun. Very, very solid. When I first got the gun, I had to put some Loctite on the screws, obviously, but the original mount never came loose, and this mount has not come loose. Scoot, it is a Mac 11. The Mac 10 is a 45 ACP. The Mac 11 is 9mm. The Mac 9 is a 380. That is a Mac 11 chambered in 9mm. No problem. I thank you for double tapping that screen. Consider subscribing to the channel. If you're into firearms, check out Stifler Manufacturing. He manufactures custom Glock slides. Doing great things. I mean, they're how can I put it? Some of them are butt ass ugly. You're right. Some of them are horribly ugly, but to shoot them, I mean, form and fit, right? They work. Big Chuga, double tap that screen. I'll answer the question. PR Fit, double tap that screen. I'll absolutely do that.
$10.
Scoot,
Okay.
thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it, maybe more than you know. So some of the ugliest guns I've seen, Anthony, are from the old dudes. Big Chuga, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll come back to the ugly guns. Don't let me forget that gauge. The FX9 by Freedom Ordnance. Pull that up. I gotta actually see what the gun is too. I'm not sure what you mean for the membership. Just subscribe to the channel. There should be. That's all I'm asking for. So the MRs, I honestly am not super familiar with Shadow Systems products. I've had the one I have on the table here for 2 months now. We have 2,600 rounds through it. It's ran great. I'm working on it. Actually, all the membership stuff right now is in review. The super buy or the super thanks that I've had for a little while. Gas. Okay. Yeah. Freedom. They're okay. I've seen a lot of people using them. Um, I personally haven't put hands on one, so I can't give you my personal opinion because I haven't handled one, but I have seen people shooting them in Steel Challenge, and they absolutely seem to like them. I missed some comments in there.
You just said you don't have it load back up.
I already did like 3 times. I mean, you guys can't see it, but I got a sock standing up in the corner. So, yeah. Me too. So let's go back to them ugly competition guns. So these guys, man, they've been shooting for decades, and they buy phenomenal guns and really do some cool stuff. But man, some of the work they do is shyster. But you pick up their guns and shoot them. One of the most ugliest things I ever saw was a master, and he had a 1911. Um, I think it was a pair of ordnance, and he got the gun on a Friday. It didn't have a full length guide rod, so this guy went to the hardware store and bought a bolt. Went home and on a belt sander he ground it down and made a full length guide rod. Now here's a dude who just bought a pistol. I think he paid $1,200 for it, and over a $30 full length guide rod because he wanted to shoot it the next day. Went and ground down a bolt. Uh, I mean, to me that was an interesting choice, and it's not like that was his only gun, but like all of us, he wanted to shoot it, and he knew what he wanted, and for whatever reason, not having that guide rod um, irritated him. Yeah, Flaccid, I hope you double tap that screen. Need a second. What you open on the spring? Um, so the XDM platform, they've changed quite a bit over the years from what they used to be. When they first came out, I had a 5 inch. I'm trying to think of what they called it. It was their competition model. My wife actually won the gun um, in a big state match we had. She was working as staff, and they had um, a staff giveaway, and it was the Springfield XD Pro, I think is what they called it. Or I'm pretty sure it was a Pro. Um, she liked it. She shot the hell out of it. I had bought her when it was concealed carry time. I bought uh, an XDM subcompact, and we both disliked that. It wasn't that nice. 5 inch. I mean, hard or soft? I would have to answer it that way. Um,
Either way, 5 inches is too much for
yeah,
someone to handle.
either way, 5 inches is too much for anybody to handle. I mean, you're not trying to kill the poor ladies, are you? We'll let him be for a minute. If he, I am in Wisconsin. Come to Wisconsin. We are the land of cheese, beer, and brats.
And cranberries.
And cranberries. That's actually a state thing. And ginseng, actually. Why do I have an accent? A lot of people say I do. Uh, I mean, make sure you subscribe to Scoot for me. Get that in there so we can find it. Scoot, do you have content posted on your channel? We're looking it up right now so I can make sure I subscribe back. And either just sitting by watching, feel free to join the chat or not. Feel free to double tap that screen. Um, well, we'll hit your screen anyway. If you ever post any content, we'll see it. the ordnance. That's awesome. I know Ammo popped in here for a second. He must have jumped out already. Ammo, if you're still here, you want to do a dual live maybe tomorrow? In Wisconsin? Reedsburg? Really? Tyler, double tap that screen and I will answer your question, sir. All right, man. No worries.
Yeah, I have his channel already. I subscribe to it.
All right, Anthony. So let me answer that like this. I have been involved in a self-defense shooting. If I had had my carry pistol on me, I would have absolutely shot the fool. As it turns out, it was his firearm, and him and I fought over his firearm, and I'm here and he's not. For even with that, a completely random thing, it was at 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon in October. I never met the guy before in my life. Do I think it could happen? Probably not. I can't. Let's see the picture. You got it. My son will open it. I think time of day. You know, obviously, probably later at night, going to a gas station or maybe down in the not so great parts of my town. I think that would be higher. During daytime, normal stuff, you know, going to the store, going to the gas station, any of them things, I think it's very unlikely. Boys, we got us a cowboy action shooter. Shoot sauce, huh? How long you been doing that? Now I gotta know more. What are you using? I think I'm not super familiar about cowboy action, but they have gunfighter. That's 2 guns at one time, right? 2 years. I can't remember the other divisions. What do you pump action or side by side? 45 long Colt. So I gotta know more about the shotgun. I gotta know more about the rifle and caliber, and I want to know more about them pistols. See, now I'm excited. Hope you can hear that in my voice. Cowboy action's the shit. It's double barrel coach gun. That's something I've looked into. I thought about it even more when my daughter started shooting because she started shooting at 9. React to contact. Double tap that screen and I will answer your question, good sir. Yeah, you know, people will be surprised in shootings. Most of the time, people don't just die. You know, they still have fight in them and they still fight. So I hope to never be in a situation like that again. For me, it was tough because my oldest son now was 7 at the time, and it happened in front of him. Let me know when react to contact double taps that screen because I want to answer your question. Yeah, I know that. What are they? You're gonna have to tell me the brand. What brand are they? And what work? Because there's nobody that shoots competition with the stock gun unless you got a CZ or Canik. Canik guys don't modify their stuff either.
I think he probably I just missed it.
That's destiny coming into play.
Yeah.
He what?
I think he probably liked it. I just didn't miss
Okay,
it.
we'll answer that. So the DWX, I am just short of 5,000 rounds in it right now. That model is optics ready. You notice there's no optic on it. I did trigger work to it when I first got it. And when I say trigger work, I actually mean work. I bought 0 parts for it. I just took it apart, polished it, and I mollied it. And I retuned the spring in it. I got it down to, what is it, 2 3/4 pounds?
I think something like that.
It's just over 2.5, under 2 3/4. It's an exceptional trigger now. The gun is laser accurate, and slow fire for accuracy. You know, I'll let the gun kind of do what the gun's going to do. I don't fight it at all. I just really work on my trigger press and sight alignment. But when I'm trying to shoot it fast, it's flat. I mean, you get on the gun a little bit, get a good grip, and it runs like you're shooting a 22. It just bink, 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 bink. Out of every 9mm I own, every one, that is the softest from the factory, no work done to it. It's the absolute softest shooting 9mm I have. If somebody were going to buy that and they wanted to shoot competition, I would probably not advise that be the gun you buy. And that's what most people are going to buy it for. It's the exact same money as a Tactical Sport Orange 2. I have one of them on the right side of the table. It's the one with the orange grips. Your birdie. Post some videos. Now I gotta know more, man. Yeah, I'm into that cowboy action stuff. It actually looks like a lot of fun. But the Tactical Sport Orange 2 is the exact same money as the Dan Wesson. They were both $2,200. With the Tactical Sport Orange 2, it came with multiple sets of springs for the recoil spring, the main spring, so you can tune the trigger. It comes factory cut with and with the factory gas pedal. It has a magazine well. It comes with 3 magazines. For the exact same money as the Dan Wesson. The Dan Wesson's optics ready, has no gas pedal, comes with 2 magazines, and no spare parts of any kind to tune it. So for the exact same money for a competition gun, the Tactical Sport Orange 2 is probably a better buy. For any other reason than you want to shoot USPSA with it, it's great. The straight pull trigger is incredible. So what I'm seeing is the holster selection is small. I tried one holster so far for it, and that was at the store, and it was a Springfield Prodigy holster, and it fit. I will buy the insert for my competition holster. I got a double Racer XI, and it's got a removable block in it. So it's a $50 block, and they're firearm specific. From my understanding, is the 2011 block will fit the Dan Wesson. So that's what I will use. Here, as soon as I get done setting my daughter's gun up and my other son's guns up for this year's shooting, I will put an optic on it. Probably mid-season or late season, I'll start running it in limited optics. But first half of the season, until we get our big matches out of the way, I will stick with this same division I do shoot usually, and that's open, and that's with my checkmate. But I really do like the Dan Wesson. It's an incredibly easy and accurate firearm. The only malfunction I had with it was the second round it ever fired, and it was just a misfeed. It didn't nosedive; it just didn't fully chamber. Uh, it's ran 100% sense. It'll shoot flat nose bullets. It shoots hollow points. It shoots 115s, 124s, 147s. Great. It seems to prefer accuracy wise 124s. I haven't put it on a bench yet, but offhand shooting, I shoot it incredible. I wish I had more footage of it, and I really don't. Obviously, Wisconsin winter, we're not shooting much outdoors, so when we go up, we shoot at an indoor range, and we go up there expecting or intending to um, be able to record, but they're packed. I mean, we go up usually Saturday, and I mean it's so packed in there that you can't really record. The founder, I appreciate it. Double tap the screen for me. So I I understand React to Contact. The especially on like the SPO1, if you look at it, it's the gun on the bottom left side that has a small slide. It did take me a little bit to get used to it. I mean, previous to the Checkmate, um, my competition gun was a Glock, right? It was a Gen 3 Glock 17, uh, and that's a brick. I will say you do get used to it. I will say I haven't seen any disadvantage to it other than it's just weird. It feels weird, but you know, like everything, just take a breath and go with it. It'll happen. Um, I love the way CZs shoot. I love even more than the way they shoot is how they feel. Uh, they the ergonomics on them is right. Um, they run. They cycle great. Um, there's some things that maybe I wish CZ has done different. A steel frame gun versus like a polymer frame anything, polymer 2011, polymer Canic, polymer Walther. They all have lighter recoil in the hand. You will feel less recoil transfer through your hand than a steel frame or aluminum frame gun. Um, the CZs, I mean, everybody likes to say they shoot super flat. Depending on the gun, a lot of it's the weight of the gun really helps it shoot flat. Um, I think look up the ULM Walther. I'm thinking I know exactly what you have because I have a P22 Walther. Uh, Jude, but you got to double tap the screen and I'll answer that question. But I'm not sure what the ULM is. We're gonna look it up. But I do have a Walther P22. So as soon as you double tap that screen, we'll answer that question. That's it's a little lower, but it's that's what I was just gonna say.
P22.
It's P22.
Yeah.
Let me know when they double tap that because I want to answer that question too.
It might have already
If you look at the frame comes up higher than double tap that screen, ZMEC, and I will answer that question. You gotta double tap it for a like. All my answers are being um, troll toed today.
Yeah, right now it's gonna be a minute before I see if anybody does it because I have to wait for it to load back up.
Oh.
Live chat. So
But if you look at the frame on the CZ, they come up higher than a normal um, frame, but the slide is lower. So I would say overall, you know, the bore in your hand, I'd say it's pretty comparable to other firearms.
we just got a like.
Jay Lockwood, double tap that screen. The PO1, they're great. Absolutely recommend it. You won't be disappointed in buying it. They're fabulous. The Walther P22. So the Walther P22 I bought. I think it was in 2003. It was actually made in Germany, imported through Smith and Wesson. So the German ones, I don't know, maybe 2 years after they came out, they started manufacturing them in the United States. Mine, I got both barrels with it, so I got the regular barrel. I'm not sure the length, and then I got the long barrel for it, which is a 5-inch. For me, when I bought that gun, that was the first 22 semi-automatic pistol on the market that I could absolutely use the safety on it. Everything at that point was like the Ruger Buckmarks, the Beretta Neos, the Ruger Mark IIIs. They all had left side only safety. So as a left-handed shooter, they weren't interested. But the Walther P22 is actually, I really enjoy shooting that gun. I can't speak for the new ones, but I've shot mine for years and years and years, and I've cleaned it very, very little. It runs like a champ. When I have had malfunctions in that firearm, it was magazine related. I clean the magazines and it's right back to running like a sewing machine. All right, man. Don't even sweat it. There's Geo. Double tap that screen. Give me a like, and I will answer your questions. If you guys hit the screen and I didn't respond to your question, post it again. I just missed it. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. Okay. So there's two firearms on the table, obviously, with red grips, right? The firearm on the bottom is a CZ SP01 Tactical. Them are actually the grips that came on my CZ SP01 competition, but I changed them and I liked them. I mean, that was probably part of why I like the firearm, is they're fancy, they draw your eye. The second gun up there with the red grips and the red trigger is a Dan Wesson DWX. Show me Scoot's picture. So depending on what CZ you're getting, right? Man, we got us a cowboy. What's Scoot? What's your alias for that? The slide take's getting used to. It's definitely serviceable. Depending on what model you have, some are better than others. Like my Checkmate, that trigger breaks at 1 3/4 pounds. The Tactical Sport Orange 2 breaks just under 2 pounds. Them are factory unmolested. Haven't done a single thing to them triggers. Double action, single action triggers on any firearm is a hard thing to master. The Shadow 2, which is a double action, single action firearm. Again, the double action's hard. It's like a 7-pound trigger. However, the single action on them is usually around 3 pounds, and it's hard to beat. If you're getting into shooting, a single action only trigger or even a striker fired gun is probably a better choice because it's consistent. It's this Grizz James. I like it. What state are you in? I'm curious. You don't have to say, don't feel obligated, but I'm just curious what state you're in. But for newer shooters, I'm not going to tell you, oh, 2009, double tap the screen and I'll answer that question. But for a new shooter, having a consistent trigger pull, meaning it's the exact same every time, definitely makes it easier to master the firearm and definitely makes it easier to be consistent with it. Anything that's a double action first and a single action, you either practice with double action, you get really good with that, and then you start shooting the single action, it kind of throws you off, or vice versa. But as a whole, they are great. Moath, double tap that screen, I'll answer that question. See if because you walked away, I'm not sure.
I can't look and see who have. Oh, we got a like.
So I think I answered yes, I'm in America. Moath, double tap that screen. And if you guys are just sitting in the peanut gallery just watching the conversation, if they don't double tap, as long as the like shows up, I'll answer whatever question's being asked. I mean, within reason, right? Where in Europe are you from? If you don't mind my asking. Again, you don't have to answer. That's just me being curious. I know some European countries seem to have more freedoms than other. Um, my heart goes out to you. That's for the peanut gallery. So Jay, I'm not sure if you're asking if I'm a CZ or Berta fan, or if you're saying you are. Yeah, I guess that's my understanding. He's in Germany.
Yeah, it's what I've noticed is hard to get anything for firearms in Germany unless you're part of a club.
I do have a few. Jonas, you got to double tap that screen and I'll gladly answer that question. Maybe a split second, I'm chewing. So, the Barrett M82, I bought on an online auction. When I bought it, you couldn't get them. There was a wait list of years. Barrett at that time was not doing any civilian sales. So I bought it on the auction with the shipping, the the weight of the shipping, excuse me, the insurance on the firearm, tax, and my dealer transfer fee. It came to $11,900 and was it $95 or $98? So just short of 12 grand. It's the M82 with a 29-inch barrel. It's got the Leupold Mark IV optic. It was brand new.
Military setup.
And it's what the U.S. was selling to contractors, law enforcement agencies, and foreign governments. It's what they call their deployment package. So there's nothing super fancy about it, but that came from Barrett just like that. There was other Barretts that were I could find, but they all had a 20-inch barrel. And if you're gonna buy a 50 BMG, you're buying it because you want penetration, right? So I mean, guys, listen, I want full penetration. So to go with something shorter isn't gonna give you full penetration, right? So I went with the longest barrel available. I think they actually had like a 30-inch or something too, but I've never seen one of them for sale. But I wanted the 29-inch to get the most velocity, to get the most out of the ammunition, to give you the flattest trajectory. I could find a 107. The 107 at that time with no optics, same barrel length, it was just the M107, was $15,000. With not knowing how much I would or I wouldn't shoot it, I was buying it for. I want to shoot not a 600. I want to go to that Man a Mile match, or King of the Mile. I'm sorry.
Range on the 50.
I don't know. The furthest I've had the ability to shoot it right now is 600 yards. There's a range in my state. It's actually Vortex Edge. You guys know who Vortex Optics is. They own the range. It's their training center slash distribution center. It's in the southern part of my state. They have a 1,200 yard outdoor range. We went down there to shoot it, and there was issues. We weren't able to shoot that day. I have no plans on getting a 408 Shy-Tech. Sam Moore, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I appreciate you stopping in and saying what's up. I think, look up, just to answer the question, because we've been asked that before, look up how far 50 BMG you'll go. I mean, they're making shots out miles with them. The King of the Mile match, it's exactly what it is. It's a 1 mile. And I don't have a lot of information on it. I looked it up. We looked into it. I just haven't been able to do it yet. That the M82 definitely isn't a precision rifle. They say it's a 3 to 6 MOA gun. My experience at 600 yards, we're shooting a 2.5 inch group with just bulk ammo.
And right here it says 1,969 yards, or right about 1,800 meters.
What's that work out to be in miles? Tyler, double hit that like and I'll answer your question.
So just over a mile, 1.1.
That's they're saying how far they're shooting it, not how far it'll travel.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an effective firing range.
Yeah, effective. So they're saying effective range is what, 1,900 meters? 1,800 meters. So just over a mile effectively. So accurately, I guess. Keep in mind, the Barrett M82 is not a sniper rifle. Everybody thinks it's a sniper rifle, right? It's not designed for people. I mean, it obviously it's effective, right? It's a 50 BMG. It's designed for taking out aircraft and light armored vehicles. So, I mean,
maximum range it is 6,820 meters or 7,450 yards, which would correlate to.
Did you guys hear all that? If you didn't, I'll have him say it again.
Which would be like 4.25 miles it can reach out to.
So 4.25 miles is the
max
range the projectile will travel.
Say again.
Okay. What were you gonna say it again?
So its maximum firing range is 6,812 meters, and then it's 7,450 yards, which would be about 4.25 miles.
D-Dog? Yeah, we loaded it up today. We're gonna go for a live one, or a long one. I'm getting so close on them watch hours. I lost some though. I don't, because they drop off in 90 days. So if you don't hit your hours or your views, you lose them. So today's gonna be a long one. We're in it for the long haul. We will try to make an effort this year to get out past 600. And don't get me wrong, you guys shoot, right? You're all shooters. 600 yards is a long ways. Yeah, 338's a big gun. My next firearm down would be Tyler. I assume you hit that like button. I'm sorry we were distracted. I like CZs. They're great firearms. They're a great bargain. They're not a cheap firearm, but they're a quality firearm. I do enjoy them. I do enjoy the way they shoot. I kind of got the, I don't know, bug, I guess, for them. That wasn't, 4 years ago, it wasn't something that I would have considered owning. I had looked at a few. but I guess I just hadn't looked at the right ones. Once I found the right one, put it in my hand, I'm like, man, this thing fits. I never had a gun feel like this in my hand. And so I bought the first one, and I mean, just like everybody in college, I got a little curious, and things got out of control. Guys, I'm sadly to admit this. I'm sorry. Judge me if you want, but I am a CZ addict. It's been exactly, I don't know, what, 75 days since my last relapse, and I plan on relapsing again very shortly. All right, Sam, I'll catch you later. Appreciate you stopping. Double tap that screen if you haven't. There you go. 75 compacts are nice. There's a question I was going to answer, and I lost it.
What is it? How do you like the CZ75?
Oh, I think I answered that, didn't I? If I didn't answer, how do I like the CZ75s? I do enjoy the platform. So I don't have like the 75 B. I got the PCR, which is the CZ75D compact. That's a PCR. It's actually Police Czech Republic. That's the service pistol for the police. Something you guys may not know, CZSP01 is one of the firearms NATO uses. It's a NATO approved firearm. So I do like them. I like the way they shoot. I like the way they recoil. Some of them have better triggers than others. But like everything, every company has their base models, their mid models, their high end models. And as you climb the price scale for CZ, they get more expensive, but they do give you great value. A lot of people, it's probably one of the more competition, more popular pistols you see in competition. You agree with that, right, D-Dog? You see a lot of CZ Shadows. A very, very popular firearm for a lot of people. And it's usually not the new shooters. It's usually the guys that are really good. A lot of the new shooters seem to gravitate towards Canic for sure, Glocks, the Smith and Wessons, and them are usually the guys that are in the first year, second year, and them guns are great, right? They're good guns, but yeah, I'm not sure what agencies all would or wouldn't be carrying it. I know they're popular, man. They're a great gun. They really are. They're a great company. As soon as I get some stuff back, I'm waiting on. I want to give you guys my experience with dealing with CZ warranty. Billy Bob, hit that like, and I will answer your question, sir. So what's big with you, D-Dog? All right, see you later. Yeah, I booted him.
Yeah. Now should we insert your base not in here?
No. If you can't even give me a like, I'm not gonna. You can. Bye-bye. I'm not sure how to say your name. Azaka, maybe? Double tap that screen, and I'll answer your question. Same with you, Derp Wolf. Double tap the screen. You did like PO7 mags. Check Classic Firearms. I don't know if Brownell sells them, but CZ Parts. Go right to CZ Parts, CZ USA, and they'll be on their website. Buy factory magazines. It's It's always the best way to go with that. What model? And if you said already, Scoot, I'm sorry, but what model CZ is it? Hey, D Dog, that Scoot that's on here, cowboy action shooter. That's what I said, right? PO7. Yeah, check CZ USA or CZ Parts. The AO1. Double tap the screen. We can talk about it. That's what I said. Cowboy action looks like a lot. You know, the only thing that ever kind of made me not want to do it is the firearms. That's whatever. That's the admission to the game, right? The holsters and stuff. That's just more cool gear. The only thing that and maybe everybody's area is different, but at mine they said you have to go all in. So you are required to wear the gear. So cowboy hat, boots, all that. Which I don't know. I mean, now being older, I kind of a little more into it. When I really wanted to start thinking about it, I think I was in maybe 27 to 30 years old, and maybe I let that be a stupid reason not to try it. But that's definitely something that, man, it looks like so much fun, you know. Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, and they told me that because they on the opposite weekend, so we shoot on what the second and the fourth Sunday of the month at my home range. The third Sunday of the month is IDPA, and the first Sunday of the month is USPSA. And so I checked into it as I was out there, and we were shooting, and they started setting up for the match. And I'm sure if I showed up, I had the gear, right? If I had all the gear and I wasn't dressed up, they'd probably be cool with it. They wouldn't. I mean, they're not gonna kick me out, but that's part of the game, man. I mean, some of them guys, they got some cool gear. So D Dog, your comment right below you is Scoot. Comment above you is D Dog Tactical. That's your introduction. Just, I'm assuming, and you know what to say about assuming, but a 75B, that's what you have. The B is for the firing pin block. 75Ds are for decocking models. But Scoot, you must. I'm sure you got a family, probably kids. Do they shoot with you? Do you shoot anything other than sauce, or is that your main game? I think you were asking about hunting too. You hunt? Stifler, I didn't even remember you were still here. I kind of lost track of you. You were quiet sitting there. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your support that you've shown me. I can't wait till we get the prototype stiff point out. I can't wait till your site starts carrying the stiff bat. We are off and running. But thank you for being here and showing support. I do really appreciate it. Pick change. Give me a minute. So Scoot, are you shooting factory ammo? Do you reload? Are you shooting cast lead bullets, or I don't even know if you can shoot copper jacket. I never looked that. I assume you could shoot copper
He
jacketed.
might not be in here right now.
Scoot is. Yeah. Oh yeah, he maybe jumped out.
Yeah. He changed it.
All right, let's see. Scoot, I think you were probably changing your picture. God damn. I'm not even sure what to say. I mean, we got us a 500 Smith & Wesson and a Desert Eagle. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You and I could be friends. Pretty sure of that. Do you shoot cast lead projectiles, or can you use copper jacket? What are you using for loads? Are you running anything black powder? Is it all modern smokeless? 50 Action Express. Do you have the other barrel for it, the 44 Magnum barrel? Yeah. Do you cast lead? Or are you buying factory ammunition, or are you buying projectiles and loading?
Yeah.
Oh boy, there you go, orange smoke. Yeah, that's what I have too. I'm not a fan of the 50 in it, but the 44 is fun. I don't know if yours is the same way, but mine, if I use a heavy, I don't mean heavy bullet, but just a healthy load, it doesn't work real well. If I use like a light to a moderate load, and this is just me loading, I can give you data if you want data. But just a light load, like even the 44 Magnum Blazer, that stuff runs great. It runs great. How much was it, orange smoke? E off site. Double tap that screen. OG, double tap that question. That's not bad.
And then the Game Master too.
Hmm?
And then there was also Game Master, but I asked him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Game Master, double tap that screen. So that's three likes there.
There's 1, 2,
Come on.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, there we go. So do I have lasers? I have
7, 8, 9,
Surefire M6. That's a laser. That's the only laser I have, and I've had it for a long time. As far as racking the Desert Eagle, on YouTube Lives, unfortunately, we're not allowed to touch firearms. They'll give me a community strike, and I guarantee within seconds of me going anywhere near them, even having me in frame, they shut it down. They are super big. Yeah, they're not cool at all. So the Gersan, it's okay. I'm left-handed, so the transfer bar on that or the Beretta kind of messes with my grip. We've shot it, not a lot. I would say we probably, 500 rounds through it now?
Which one you said?
The Gersan.
Probably something like that.
Probably about that. It doesn't like flat-nosed bullets, and it doesn't like flat-nosed hollow points.
Same with actual Beretta.
Same with the actual Beretta. But anything round nose, it runs fine. The trigger on that compared to the factory Beretta was a little heavier. They changed their grip slightly on it, and I think it's got a better feel than the Beretta. As far as accuracy goes, it shoots. I mean, it's not a bullseye gun, but it's definitely a serviceable pistol. If that were what somebody was going to buy, I know they come in cheaper than a Beretta. I wouldn't say you would be disappointed with it at all. I wouldn't say you would regret your purchase. I bought the one I have because it was shiny and it looked cool and it's engraved. And that's, short attention span and looking for that quick pleasure. That looks like a Zastava. Is that a Zastava? I can't quite zoom in the picture. I'll screenshot it. And
Yeah.
looks like a Z-Pap.
Then you should be able to zoom in.
Pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah. See? Yeah, Z-Pops are good. I have a Z-Pap M85. That's the 223 version. I need to there's I need to do some stuff to it, but I like it. Z-Pap stuff is decent. I have personally never seen or heard anybody complain about them at all. I think the only complaint that I've heard negative has been the fact that they weren't chrome lined barrels. Um, that kind of matters, kind of doesn't, but I think now I don't know if all of them, but I know they switched. They are doing chrome lined barrels in them. Yeah, that's why I bought it. I actually and I just haven't. So Gersan, they have their Brown and High Power clone, and then they have their 1911, um, and then we're both the titanium nitride finish like that. I want to buy both of them just because, dude, they're cool. They're cool to pull out. It makes you feel like it makes you kind of feel like a pimp. I want to get some pearl grips for it too. Uh, but it's a cool gun. It's a cool conversation starter. Um, anytime I've had it in videos or shorts, people seem to like it. Um,
I think D-Dog probably just wanted to sub to Scoot.
do you subscribe, D Dog? That a boy. Now we gotta get him to do some content. Orange Smoke, help us convince Scoot to get some content up. Okay. When you know what year it was made? Dave Casey, I gotta get you to double tap that
You just
screen.
got it.
I got it? All right. No, it's a Mac 11. It's a Cobra Mac 11. It was manufactured in 1989. Um, the Mac 9 is a 380. Mac 10 is 45 ACP. And Mac 11 is 9 millimeter. Mine, like I said, is a Mac 11 9 millimeter. I've had it a long time. It's the easiest gun I own to bump fire. Uh, honestly, I don't shoot it much at all. It usually goes out once, maybe a year, maybe twice, just to say I took it out and shot it. Uh, and the only thing I ever do with it is bump fire it. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's still a gangster gun, right? I have the original packaging it came with. I got all the goodies that came in the packaging. I have metal magazines for it, which are like they're a holy grail item. I got a bunch of the plastic ones too, and I have the barrel shroud that looks like a suppressor for it, um, and the factory sling. So I have I have all that stuff. Um, it's a cool gun. Uh, I wouldn't know how many rounds we have through it. I'm not going to say crazy number because we go out, we'll shoot a mag or two with it, and it gets put away for another year. This last year, I had to change the rubber buffer that was in the back of it. It deteriorated, uh, and that was an original factory installed item, but it was cheap. I think it was under $5. I paid more in shipping than the part cost. Uh, and if y'all are chilling out with us, there's some really cool channels to check out. D-Doc Tactical, he's one of the big channels, trying to get him up to 1,000 subscribers. Um, Orange Smoke is on here. Check his channel out. He's new to posting content, but man, he's got some really really cool stuff. Stifler Manufacturing. He manufactures Glock slides. It's a veteran-owned company. Really solid guy. Um, been showing a lot of support. Um, Stonehaven, you gotta give me a like and I'll answer your question. So D Dog, like you probably noticed, I am tolling all my comments today or all my responses. Get a like, I'll answer your question. No problem, man. Jade,
I think they had done it before. We
I
got
did.
light
Okay.
from Stone.
Do I have a PSA AR? No, I don't. I'm not I'm not a PSA fan. I like what they're doing. I like what the company is, but I had a bad experience with them on a son I bought for my pistol. The pistol I bought for my son, I'm sorry. Um, I just the company has failed, and I've given up now. But they failed to return about a dozen voicemails or voice messages, at least the same number of emails from me, several from my son and several from my wife. So I mean, probably 50 times I tried to contact this company over a warranty claim with their pistol, and they have absolutely refused to acknowledge me in any way. Because of that, I will not. I will not do business with them. I like their AK line of rifles. I think they're badass. Like I said, I like what they're doing, but I don't care how big or how small a company is. It's based off of your customers. Um, and like for me, it's a safety issue with the firearm. It is not right. Um, Squad Life, uh, subscribe or not? Y'all subscribe, right? Please subscribe. Uh, Throw a like on the live here, and I'll answer that.
And then we also have a like from the Stonehaven earlier of, is that the CZ orange too?
Okay, so I'm sorry if you did throw a like on there and I didn't answer your question, ask again. I will absolutely answer it.
He did answer.
So no, it is not a Shadow 2. It's the Tactical Sport Orange 2. A lot of people confuse them. They're similar. However, side by side, they couldn't be any more different. But it's the Tactical Sport Orange 2. How long we had that? And we've had it a little over a year.
Yeah.
I actually have the one in 9mm. I have one in 40. It's a great gun. I do really like it. It's exceptionally accurate. I wish that CZ, even if they didn't necessarily install it, but I wish that they would have a gas pedal on the right side of the frame, or at least accommodate the ability to attach a gas pedal. However, they are left side frame only unless you send it out to either CZ USA or to another machine shop and have that milled and machined into it. But
Then we have Max's King asking with,
appreciate
are
it.
the guns real? He did like
What was his name again?
Max's King.
Max's King. Yes, everything up here is real. I guess that answers that.
And then Squad Life had liked earlier with, what is the pistol between the rest grip guns?
Between the what?
Between the rest grip guns, I'm assuming.
The red grips. What's his name again?
Squad Life, and it's, what is the pistol between the rest grip guns?
Okay.
The American or Glock.
So the pistol between the two guns with the red grips is a CZ Checkmate. And Adventure Joe, throw a like on the video and I will answer that question. To tact, I appreciate it. I've had a bunch of people from Germany today.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people, Jade, some people really like them. Had I not had the experience with them, I would not say anything bad about it. I think they're fitting a really interesting area of the market as far as pricing goes. You can't forget about your customer service. That's where a company lives or dies. Did we get a like from that and Adventure Joe?
I didn't notice. I probably missed it. I know Jade had said earlier, that makes sense, man. I just don't want to drop $3,000 on AR-10.
Lauren, did you give the screen a double tap?
3 likes.
Okay. Have you tried or seen the newer 92 GTS? I have not. We can pull that up. Why don't you pull that up on your phone? Let's see what it is. Lauren, any problems with the DWX? No, the gun is ran phenomenal. It's a pleasure to shoot. It's not something, and you could. So this is just my opinion. It's not something you're going to conceal carry. It's heavy. If you're using it for range use, you're leaps and bounds ahead of a lot of other guns.
Oh, it's another Beretta.
If you're using, that's the new Beretta. Yeah. No, I haven't seen that Beretta in person to answer that question about the GTS. If you're going to use it for competition, I think that is the exact same cost as the Tactical Sport Orange 2. The Dan Wesson is optics cut. The Tactical Sport Orange 2 is not. I think you get more value in the Tactical Sport Orange 2 than you do in the Dan Wesson. The Dan Wesson is softer than the Tactical Sport 2. It shoots softer, it shoots flatter, and it feels just as good in the hand. Scoot, man, I'm glad we had an opportunity to talk. I'm glad I hope to see you again. We're subscribed to your channel, right?
Yep.
So get some content up, man. If you don't, that's cool. I'll stay subscribed.
And you also have from Lauren earlier of any problems with the DWS.
Yeah, I was answering that. No, the gun is running great. It's an exceptional firearm. Ban ODs, double tap that screen, throw a like up there, and I will absolutely. Did you get it?
Yep.
All right. So, do I own a Canic? I do not own a Canic. D-Dog owns a Canic. He has the TTI. If he'd like to give you his impressions of it in the comments here. That I personally recommend. I don't. I'm not going to lie and tell you something to go and buy it. I think that if you're comfortable, I think that the PSA would probably be just fine with you. But in the back of your head, know, like I'm saying, that if you do have issues, it may be very difficult. I have one AR-10, and it's actually a DPMS LR308. That's the only AR-10 I have. I bought that for my sister and her husband. He had bought it new, never shot it, not once. Matthew, throw a double tap on the screen, give it a like, and I will answer your question. But he never shot it. They needed money for their city taxes, and I purchased it from them, and that's why I have it. It's an interesting platform, and I want to come back and revisit it. Matthew, red gripped. So the gun directly next to that gold gun, am I reading that right?
Yeah.
Is a Dan Wesson. It's a DWX. So it's made by Dan Wesson. The frame of it is CZ frame. It's real similar to their Tactical Sport or their Checkmate or any of them or the TSO. But it's a Dan Wesson slide. So it's similar to a 2011, but it's not a 2011. Lipstein, I've seen you before. I don't know how much or how many. I mean, we did the math just a little bit when I set up the table today, and there's some money up here.
Yeah. How many?
How many are up here?
14.
14 handguns?
Yeah. I just counted it.
There's 14. My son just counted. I tried to make sure everything I'm asked about's in here today. So I get asked about Glocks, there's a Glock. I get asked about Berettas, there's a Beretta. I get asked about the Mac 11s or Mac 10s, made sure that was on here. I get asked about 1911s, made sure one of them was on here.
North American people comment every once in a while.
Yeah, every once in a while. I actually get a lot of inquiries actually with that North American Arms if I have one. So we made sure we got that up here. I'm definitely not a firearms expert, but I have a good amount of experience in things that I don't have experience in. I'm never going to lie to anybody. I'm never going to tell you what everybody else out there has regurgitated because that's what somebody says. Everything I tell you is based on my experience. Either I own the platform, have owned the platform, or know people that have experience and I've been around them. So, secondhand experience with it. Yeah, real close. I am a hoarder and a half, man. You know what? And let me say this too, right? There's a lot of firearms up here. Um, I think Jade gave us a like already, right? Jade, I'm gonna come back to that. The Desert Eagle, right now the 44 Magnum barrel is in it. I do have a 50 Action Express barrel for it. I don't shoot it. I still have the same box of 20 that I got when I got the gun. Uh, I it does nothing for me. Um, if somebody else wanted to buy the ammunition and hey, I want to shoot a 50, I would bring it out and let you, right? But I'm not shooting it. I have no desire to shoot it. So I want to say, right, all these firearms, they're expensive. Uh, I didn't buy them all at once. What you're seeing is the cumulative results, let's see, on this table, of 25 years of owning firearms. Um, so nothing on here, uh, I guess that's the way to say it. It wasn't all bought at once. It was a lot of overtime. Some of it was layaway, right? A couple $100 a check, until it was paid off. Uh, so I'm going to be biased, right? I'm going to say that for what I do with them, for my use, I really do like CZs. I mean, I know that's a shock or a surprise. I'm not gonna say I'm some CZ fanboy, but I have grown to really enjoy the company. Um, I've dealt with CZ USA several times now, and they are great people. Not a sponsor, yo. How are you doing, man?
I recognize them.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, if I think if I was right-handed, I would probably enjoy Berettas more. Uh, and that's the only thing I can say about them is being left-handed. The transfer bar is on the right-hand side of the frame, and it breaks my grip. Because it breaks my grip, I don't shoot the gun as well as I would like. In my entire collection, I am ashamed to admit that because my wife is standing in the next room. Um, hey, April, you want to know how many firearms I own? Yeah, you hear that? Psh. No, we're not going to discuss that. My kids are all right-handed, and my wife is left-handed.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, I watched you yesterday. I rode along with you from Columbus there. Um, so thanks for jumping on here today. We're gonna go for a long one today. I wanna rack up some hours. How long yet? I don't know. Um, I took a half-day vacation at work. I wasn't planning on it. I don't know if you guys got wives. I don't know if your wife does this for you or not, but my wife will usually pack my bag for me in the morning. Uh, I don't eat at work, but I drink rock stars and water. And I should have noticed when I grabbed my bag this morning that it was light. I got to work, open up my bag, go to grab my rock star, and there's no rock stars. Like, fuck, that sucks. Um, side quest. Any? Um, I'm not sure what you're asking there.
Do you have any MP5s?
I have is that what it is? I have an MP5 clone. It's a PTR. I do not have an Uzi. I used to have one. Uh, it was made by Victor Arms, and it had issues. That was one of my dream guns, and I've not bought another one.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, we can't enjoy the thumb rest on your checkmates.
Yeah, I can. The kids can enjoy the thumb rest, but I can't.
Well, we really can't because you took them off because they're in your way.
Oh well.
Yeah, so.
Not necessarily. It's just on my checkmates. Yeah. No, because my other one I still got it on.
Yeah,
Yeah, my main Gundy dog, I took the gas pedal off. Oh, anyway, so I get to work. I go to bust out that Rockstar because I'm tired, man. No Rockstars. All right, fine. Go to drink a water. There's no waters in my bag. I'm like, fuck it. I'll run in the compound and I'll grab me some water from the machine. I go in my bag because my wallet ain't in there. So I got no waters, no Rockstars, no wallet. Boss, can I have a half day? Sure, what time you want to leave? I'll leave at 9. So I left at 9. So dream guns are interesting. For me, the Barrett 50 cal is always a dream gun. I really wanted one. The Thompson, the Tommy gun, I really wanted one of them. That's a very disappointing firearm.
Yeah.
Another gun that I really wanted was my dream gun. Probably the gun that as a little kid that I recognized that I was always like, man, I want one of them, was a M1A. And I have one of them. I have the Thompson. I have the Barrett. An MP5 style, be it actual MP5 H&K or a clone. That was another one that I always wanted. The Desert Eagle, of course. I mean, everybody wants a Deagle. Trying to think what else.
Can't think of what's on the list.
You know where the list is?
Yeah, it's in the office.
Next time I do a live, I'll bust out my list. I have a list that I keep on the safe, and I add things to it. Zaza, give us a like on the video, and I'll answer your question. I lost my train of thought. What was I just saying?
Talking about how you asked for a half day at work. We just got that like.
So, it is a real Mac 11. Jade, I have not tried the Panzer M4 clone. That's not something I'm gonna buy. If I see one or see it at a range or even in a store, I'll check it out to see. I'm not saying I wouldn't buy it, but I'm not gonna actively seek one out. It would have to be something like made me feel warm and tingly. The HK slap is classic. Yeah, we don't take ours out very often either. How can you get one? Simple. Are you 18 years or older?
Actually, I think it's considered a handgun, so you'd have to be 21.
They're fighting that.
Yeah.
18 years or older. Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Have you ever been committed to a mental institution against your will? Do you have any active federal indictments or active criminal indictments? Are you an unlawful user of narcotics? Are you a fugitive from justice? Are you a U.S. citizen? Them are all the questions you have to answer in order to purchase a firearm. If your answers are correct and you're not none of them things listed, yes, you can own a firearm. Go to a store and fill out your paperwork and buy one. I don't have the G3. I had a H&K 91, which is the G3, just a little bit more accurate. And I do have a L1A1. My personal opinion, I think the G3 is better. I like the G3. I mean, it's a battle rifle. I really enjoyed mine. I made the mistake. I went trolling with it at a gun show, and I made a very, very, very significant profit on it. That's the only reason I sold it. Hazel, double tap the screen to give me a like and I'll answer your question. Dave Casey, again, double tap the screen and I'll answer your question.
I think he's responding to Hazel, saying, why would you have fake guns up there?
No, a tourist cannot purchase a firearm in the USA. You do have to be U.S. citizen or have what do they call it, natural or not natural, immigration status. So if you're here and you're working on your immigration, I believe, and don't quote me, but I believe as long as you're in a legal status, meaning you're approved to be here, you can purchase one. Um, but you do have to be a U.S. citizen. That was one of the questions they ask is, are you a U.S. citizen? Yeah, maybe that's worth mentioning. Amir, if you're a tourist, uh, depending on where you're going, right? You come to the States, you want to visit this or see that, look up firearm ranges and call them. A lot of the indoor range, well, pretty much every single indoor range that exists will have firearm rentals. I would absolutely recommend you check it out. Uh, if you've never shot a firearm, it's probably not what you expect. Uh, and if like you hear all these horrible things about them, that's definitely not going to be the reality of it. And you're going to have a whole lot of fun, man. You'll have fun. Steve, double tap that screen and I will gladly answer that question. Um, yeah, that's Dave Casey. That's my understanding. As long as you are um, legal. I will say too, asking about purchasing firearms, um, if you're a non-citizen, private firearm sales are legal in America. You are allowed to privately sell firearms. Um, most
That is legal again.
most people aren't going to sell a firearm to a non-citizen, and I don't mean that racist or discriminatory, but they aren't. Um, but if you wanted to purchase one from a store, you do have to do the paperwork. Um, Little Gaiman, I'll answer your question. Throw a like on there first. Big Crack, same thing. Throw a like on the video. We're watching, right? Any store you deal with can receive items in. Uh, so if you see something on somebody's website like Palmetto State Armory and you want to purchase it, you purchase it from them and they ship it to your store. Uh, and vice versa. There's a lot of sites out there that have auctions. Um, and you purchase a firearm from them and they'll ship it to your store. So your store may not have shit, right? A lot of these small stores, it's hard to have the capital to have a huge inventory. These small stores, they're paying for it, right? This isn't something that sits on their showroom until they sell it and they get a commission off of it. These guys are paying for it. So, but they're all capable of ordering stuff and or receiving items in. Um, and most of them are cool with it. You can always expect some charge for them to do it because they have to do paperwork. They have to take it in. They have to submit it into their registry, their books. Then they have to do the paperwork when they sell it to you and do a 4473 a firearm transfer paperwork. So a lot of them will charge normal price 20 to 30 bucks to do a transfer. Some are cheaper, some are more.
I don't think it takes it back. It just keeps giving me notifications. At one point, I had like 40 notifications go through for likes.
Yeah.
I only added one.
Um I don't have a Savage 110 Precision. I haven't experienced it. I do have a Savage 110 action and 300 short mag, and I have a Savage 10 FLP. So 10 FLP was a 10 is the action, F was synthetic stock, L was left-handed, and P was police. When I purchased that firearm, it was a law enforcement only package. And it was nothing fancy about it, but that's what they were selling for sniper rifles. Savage, mine is left-handed, but it was the P. The P was police.
I mean, it could go up for.
It it'll take it away if you keep doing it, but
I'm saying for like D-Dog with the tariffs and everything else, is gun prices are affected by economy.
I'm trying to. So one thing I've noticed about gun prices over the years is they're directly related to the economy. When the economy is strong and people have disposable income, firearm prices are high. When the economy's slow or sluggish and people's disposable income is low, firearm prices drop. It's because they're trying to sell a product that's maybe not a want or a need, or it's more of a want than a need. So when people are struggling to buy groceries and put fuel in their vehicle, they're not really interested in purchasing a firearm. Mark, double tap that screen, throw a like on this live here, and I will absolutely answer your question, sir. So, would I consider selling my Barrett? No. The only way I would sell my Barrett is if I were going to purchase a M107. And I really don't have a desire to purchase that. I've had it now for a little over 3 years. I mean, you know what they cost. They're not cheap. It was a item that I wanted for a long time. I was finally able to get one. I love shooting it. It's a blast. But no, I wouldn't sell mine. I would absolutely recommend if somebody were in a position to buy one, It's a great item. There's a lot of cheaper versions out there, like the single shot bolt actions made by any one of these companies. If you're right-handed, that'll work for you. For me, again, I say this constantly. I'm left-handed, so the way like all them single shots work, or even the Barrett single shots, you can't shoot it left-handed. So for me, that was why I stepped to the Barrett. It wasn't even for the semi-auto. It was so I could shoot it left-handed. It's not quite $10 a round. So the ammunition that's holding the firearms up is all 50 BMG ammo. That's made by PMC Bronze, and it's $5 a round. A box of 10 rounds is $50.
And this is the cheapest stuff we can find.
And that's the absolute cheapest stuff we can find. It does go up fast from there.
I think the next cheapest I saw was like $10 a round.
Yeah. Any of the armor piercing incendiaries, armor piercing rounds, armor piercing incendiary tracers, the Ralphus rounds, the spotter ammo, they all go up. I mean, Ralphus rounds right now, they're over $100 a round. So you can spend money on 50 BMG ammo. Hornady makes match ammo. I don't recall if it's 700 grain or 750 grain, but for 10 rounds at that, it's $80. I have some. We have not shot it yet because it's super expensive. I will eventually start reloading for it. Brian, how are you doing, man? I will eventually start reloading for it. To reload the 50 BMG, it takes another press. I do not have the press. Once I get enough brass, it'll be worth it. Right now, I think we're up to about 150, 200 pieces of brass. So when we shoot it, we save the brass. I'm definitely not going to go buy brass to reload it. I'll buy this cheap PMC and I will reload it myself. Yeah, I think it's 750 AMAX. They're expensive. They're $80 for 10. And it's actually, man, them cartridges, they're like a piece of artwork. They are beautiful. 338 or 300 Win Mag. I'll take a 300 short mag, a 300 WSM. That would be my opinion with that. Double tap that screen, Naldus, and I will answer the questions. I have never seen a drum mag for a Mac. I'm good, man. Took a half day. We figure we kill some lives. So the 18 to 20-year-olds, that's in the Supreme Court right now. It's been ruled already that it's unconstitutional to have age restrictions on firearms. And it is, right? So I haven't stayed exactly up to date on that. But I know that it's been ruled that it's unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. So it is something that will go away.
And then we also have the one for Nolas.
For the what?
For Nolas, towards the top, are you obsessed by weapons?
One more time.
From Nolas up at the top of the screen. Are you obsessed by weapons?
No, I'm not obsessed by weapons. I don't consider any of these a weapon. They're tools. They're firearms. I enjoy competition shooting. I enjoy shooting and as a whole. I enjoy shooting with my family, my friends. That's why I have them. If I could find just one that did everything I wanted to do with it, I would only own one. But I enjoy different things. Each one of them has a different use, purpose, and they're utilized different. Doesn't mean that you need maybe as many, but you know. Well, it was. I know the ruling came out in the last week, 2 weeks. So do a general Google search and look. I'm trying to think. I can't remember the. Oh, maybe Guns and Gadgets. I can't think of his channel, but he does 2A stuff every day.
Sounds familiar. I think that is probably his name.
So that purchase to firearm stuff is in the Supreme Court too. That's going to be ruled unconstitutional too. One of the big things that's in contention is the Illinois FOID card, and that's being ruled unconstitutional. There's briefs and stuff out about it right now. So there's been a lot of big news the Supreme Court has come out with, or the what do they call it? It's not a district court. The smaller version of the Supreme Court, where it's the areas. You know, you have your municipal courts, your district courts. Then you have like multiple states that have their court, like
The state courts.
Man, I'm at a loss for it. Come on, somebody chime in and tell me what it's called. Save me here. I'm drowning. Yeah, in my state, you don't need any special permission either. Why can't I think of what that's called? So, with the comment about 18 to 20 to own, I don't know about your state. It's the Supreme Court, but there's the federal Supreme Court, and then there's the smaller circuit, not circuits. It's on the tip of my tongue. But basically, a local court.
Someone said they think it's a state Supreme Court. State Supreme, yeah.
But like in my state, you can possess a firearm at any age. Uh, I think if a 16-year-old has a pistol, they're legal. They can't obviously conceal it. They can possess a long gun. I think it says 14, and that's without an adult being present. Um, you can't buy pistol ammunition, 9mm or whatever, unless you're 21. But you can possess
Oh,
a firearm
fine.
much younger. I think it's like the biggest one you hear is like the Fifth District Court or whatever. It's a 3-panel or 5-panel thing of judges. I can't think of the exact name for it. I'm sorry. You know. So yeah, uh, that's funny because you can. Like most of the gun stores, if a guy comes in there and he's 18, he's buying ammunition, they're not going to ask. They're going to sell it to him. But like at the Fleet Farm, we go into Fleet Farm, and I'm old. You know, hey, I'm buying 22 ammunition. They'll ask me because their computer asks, uh, "Is this for a handgun?" And if you say yes, then they have to put in your birth date. If you say no, it's not. Well, my oldest, I think he was 19 or whatever, and he went in there and he did the exact same thing. Is this for a handgun? He's like, no, no, it was for his 9mm. No, this is for my carbine, and they sold it to him. They asked me for my birth date. They don't ID me anymore. They probably feel sorry for me. But they do ask you, first thing they ask is this for handgun? And if they ask yes, or you answer yes, they ask for your date of birth. Um, I appreciate it, Matt. You know, the thing is, you know, politicians pass laws that they know are not constitutional. You know, um, Colorado's doing it right now, right? But hey, Woo, how are you doing? Um, I mean, yep, that's the Barrett. I just saw you jump in, but double tap that screen for me. Um, Anybody watching here too, feel free to double tap that screen. Um, SBR legislation is definitely crazy. Some states, any NFA items are a lot easier to get than others. Um, that's a legal Mac. It's a semi-auto. Matt, double tap that screen. I'll answer your question. Um, like my state, obviously, any NFA item is illegal. You just have to do your federal paperwork. The state does not stand in your way of getting it. Um, fuck are all the people next door?
They might be doing an open house because the house is for sale.
Is it for sale?
I think. Oh,
Hey, well, you've seen that before. I had it out the other day. Were you not? Did you not jump on here? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll check that all out when I end this at some point today. Flood 19. Double tap that screen, throw a like on the video, and I will gladly answer your
Oh,
questions.
he's been talking.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So you can have pistol braces. That's been ruled legal. And barrel length doesn't matter. Now, some states are different than mine. So let me explain this with firearms. If you have a rifle or a shotgun and you chop the barrel off, remove the barrel, add a new barrel, and it's less than the federal statute. For shotgun, it's 18 inches. For rifles, it's 16 inches. If you go any shorter than that, you turn it into a short barrel rifle. If you have an AR-15 pistol and it's got a 14-inch barrel, it's a pistol. Now, the difference, when a firearm manufacturer creates a firearm, they say from the start, this receiver is a rifle receiver. This receiver is a pistol receiver. You can take a pistol and you can add a longer barrel. So if you have a 14.5-inch barrel, which is not a legal rifle length barrel, you can put a 16-inch barrel on that gun and you can turn it into a rifle, which means you can add a buttstock. What you can't do is you can't turn a rifle into a pistol without paperwork. A pistol can become a rifle without paperwork. A rifle cannot become a pistol without paperwork. That's, I think, the easiest way to explain it.
Yeah.
I would call bullshit on an M107 being 10 grand. And if it is, point the website and I will absolutely go there right now and look. Matt, if you didn't double tap the screen, Euro Optic. Where is Euro Optic? Look it up real quick. So the 50 caliber ammunition. Didn't you ask me that already? I don't have a M1014. You asked me that last time. General, just plain, we use PMC bronze. It's cheap. It's about $5 a round.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
like what we have on the 1522, I think.
On what? No, he's saying it's a website. You can buy a
Yeah, I just searched it up. Our very first thing is something from Vortex.
yeah, no, he's talking his actual website.
Yeah, I'm on EuroPTIC.com.
Do they sell firearms?
Maybe.
But we shoot the PMC bronze. It's about $5 a round. It's $50 for a box of 10. It's cheap shooting, and we go up from there. Oh, you saw that hookers and blow? You must have been here early. Yeah, I can't remember either. I mean, even
They do.
they do. How much is that 107?
Let me find that.
It's a JLTV. It's a joint light tactical vehicle. That's the Humvee replacement. My job, I test them for a living. Not only them, but any of the medium tactical vehicles and the heavy tactical vehicles. That's what I do for a living. Where am I from? I'm from Wisconsin. Well, he's still looking on the site for the firearm.
Oh, 10 grand.
Really?
Yeah,
Let me see.
10,200.
29-inch barrel?
I don't know. I didn't look at that.
20-inch barrel. If you're gonna buy a 50, don't buy a 20-inch barrel. See how much the 29-inch barrel is. I appreciate it, Matt. Chanson, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I would like to have some conversations with you. Maybe this isn't the place, but I'm glad you're here.
10 and a quarter.
Thanks for showing some support. Well, guys, buy an M107. They're cheap. Cheap.
It was only $14 shipping too for that.
It's bullshit. It's going to be more than $14 because of the insurance on the shipping. 29 is just a little bit more. Bullshit. It's more than that. Because like when I had mine shipped, because of the weight of it, they couldn't do standard shipping. So probably Classic Firearms or Atlantic Firearms are the two places that I'm familiar with. Yeah, that was. I can't really say too much about that. Like I said though, that's what I do for a job. So. What's Big Red? Double tap the screen, give me a like, and I'll answer that question. No, I am not a manufacturer anymore. I haven't had my shop in years. Chance and I don't do Instagram. I'll come in your live later and we'll talk. So I think you do lives pretty much every day. I think we have probably about 500-600 on hand. I'm assuming that was Big Red. What's your opinion on the 10-inch barrels for 5.56 or 2.2? I have a 10.3. It's okay if you're gonna SBR it. The FBI, I think they run a 10.3 or 10. I think it's a 10.3, 10.3 or 10.5, or I'm sorry, 11.3 or 11.5. I appreciate it. We'll catch you later. But I think if I think the 10-inch is a little short. I think you're better off going to at least a 10.5 or 10.8 or 11.5 or 11.3, somewhere in there, somewhere over 10.3 and that's about the best you're gonna get. I'm not gonna mess with the camera too much.
Otherwise, you can look at it on the channel.
Oh, I messed it up here. Yeah. No, it's not all PMC. No, it's not linked. No, it's not all boxed. So I have some Hornady. I have a bunch of the PMC bronze. I have a bunch of API, APIT, the AP rounds, and just some tracers. Yeah, I have one myself. That's a 10.3. I like the weight of the gun. I like the feel of it. Country boy. So YouTube is messed up with their lives. You cannot handle a firearm during a live, and we've all done it and tried to show stuff. And my experience, the best way to not be getting strikes is to leave the camera alone and stay out of screen. Yeah, I was looking at Orange Smoke. The kid pulled it up. Yeah. Hey man, now's the time to buy. I mean I paid just short of 12 for mine set up. If I could have bought a M107 for the same money, I would have. Right? It's a better buy. Absolutely, it's a good buy. So if you have the disposable income, or if for some reason you've wanted one, I mean, kind of be the time and place to get it. Did you get any wood glue? Can't sit there. Yeah. And you can't go through.
And even in the past where we've had like a dog go into frame, we've gotten strikes for that.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's a mouse too.
April, don't start. Then go the fuck upstairs.
That's where I was headed.
Yeah, it's not a common gun to see. I personally only know one other person that owns a 50 cal, and it's a single shot. So the cheapest I find is that PMC bronze, and there's two places in my area that sell it. One is the local LGS, local gun store that I deal with. They have it on the shelf. The other place is Shields. It's a little half-hour drive from me, but they have it on the shelves there as well. So I purchase that stuff from them because there's no shipping. You pay tax, sales tax, but there's no shipping. The API, APIT, that stuff all came from Gun Broker. There's some real solid people on there. Off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you the name of their site or their business to tell you where to go, but that's what I can suggest. So anyway, what are you guys planning for the weekend? It's Friday afternoon. We turn that music on.
That's my bad. I forgot to turn it back on.
Alexandro, how are you doing? Elise, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Elisiandro. Hopefully it would suck if they're not. Dream guns, absolutely I do. So I want a German Luger. I've never owned one. I do want one. I've had the opportunity to fire one time, more than one shot, but only time I fired one. So that's absolutely on my list. I would like to buy an M1 Grand. I had one in the works, and the receiver was cracked, so that fell through. I would like a Springfield 1903. That would be a cool gun to have. I have not had an opportunity to get a hold of one for a reasonable price. I would absolutely love to buy an STI competition open gun. I would like to buy an Infinity open gun. I'd like to buy another Uzi at some point. I'd like to get an actual Israeli, be it a Model A or a Model B. I wouldn't really be too picky. Bandito, I'd love to answer your question, but you have to double tap that screen, throw a like on the video. Yeah?
No, not yet.
Oh.
At least not what I saw. Yeah.
So the CZs, the only one that's had any trigger work to it is my SPO1 competition, and that got the full Cajun Gunworks package. The Checkmate and the Tactical Sport Orange 2 or 1 or any of them, there's nothing wrong with the trigger. They're sub 2 pounds from the factory. So I mean, what do you want? They got short resets, little to zero take up, and they're sub 2 pounds. You're not going to do trigger work to that. I do like STI. I mean, I was a fan of that company long before they ever thought of breaking off and doing staccato and STI. I wouldn't mind one of the Atlas guns too. I'm not going to sit and quote model numbers off the top of my head because I really don't know. But the Athena or was it Ethos? I like them. They're really nice. I really like the Kimber Y2K as well. Yeah, STI over staccato any day. You know, yep. STI Trojan. You know, a lot of people like the Masterpiece arms, and you don't really hear anything negative about them, and they're affordable. But I personally don't have a desire to necessarily get one. But the STI, especially if I got it in 38 Super, that's where it's at. You know, 9mm Major is fine. It works. It's cheaper than 38 Super, but man, the 38 Super guns, they're flat. You know, they're loud and gassy, but they're flat, super flat. The first open gun I ever shot was an STI in 38 Super, and that was, I mean, long time ago. Super nice gun. That was one of the guns the guy handed me, and he had I want to say it was a 28 or 29 capacity magazine, and he's like, go ahead. I popped some rounds off with it, and I didn't even shoot them all. I want to say I shot probably 10 rounds, and I unloaded and handed it back. He's like, no, man, just finish the mag. And I openly and honestly said, look, man, I'm already falling in love, and I can't afford this pistol. So I'm going to just stop right now. And, you know, that's why I bought my Checkmates. I still can't afford an Infinity or STI at some point. The STIs are definitely affordable. It's in my price range. I could do it. I just keep committing myself to other things. But I wanted a race gun since I shot his, and it's kind of a gun that if you get into the competition type stuff, the USPSA or IPSC, it's cool to get to that way. The Alien Logo, yeah, them are cool too. I haven't seen one of the aliens in person yet. You know, at some point we're going to, but not. I haven't. They're pricey. I don't know. I don't know if they're worth it or not. I assume they are. I think if you're able and you have the money, I mean, Cabots are a great collector piece. I don't know what the resale would be on them, or if they would gain value or not. Other things like, and it depends if they shoot it or not. I mean, if you have a firearm, you got to shoot it. But I think the Cabots are more like buying artwork, right? It's maybe for the gun guy who loves guns or whatever. But I don't think. I think they're more, you call it like art, you know. No, you cannot shoot 38 Super in 9mm. I have not tried the FK Bruno at all. I've yet to see one of them in person either. That's another interesting gun, but they're pricey, right? Keegan, double tap the screen. But I'll answer your question because I wasn't really watching at the moment. PO7 for EDC is a great option. They're great guns. Have you tried that FK yet? Have you seen one? I do not own a Scar. Some point, probably. I do like them. I want the Scar heavy. I haven't purchased one yet. Other commitments. I mean, I have a list I work off of. I can tell you for sure an FN Scar is definitely on there. My list is in no particular order, but I mean, it's a want list, wish list. When I'm able to come across one of them items, it gets checked off. There's things that get added, and nothing gets taken away until it gets purchased. For instance, my Thompson that was on the I want list. I have one. I would absolutely not recommend that to anybody. Mr. G-Man, double tap that screen, and I'll answer that.
I mean, the Thompson, if you're like 6'4", would be a nice gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, POS. Why were you asking me? Were you just looking for the validation? PO7's a nice gun. It'd be a good carry gun for sure. Steve, so am I. I would say around the 250 mark. So the 50, if you've never shot one, right? It's my Barrett does not really recoil that much. I mean, it moves. It does 50 cal things, but it's not painful. You theoretically you could shoot it all day. Now I'm going to tell you, the reason I don't shoot it all day is I think the most we ever fired in a day was about 30 rounds, 40 rounds.
40, yeah.
And I'm telling you what.
That same day you also did a Magnum, like 10 rounds.
My head was actually scrambled. My chest hurt from the concussion. It like legitimately hurt. Other people could probably shoot it more. That's great. For me, I probably gave myself TBI over it.
And it's the only gun we shoot that we don't just have earmuffs on. We have earmuffs and earplugs.
I do it with checkmate too.
Yeah, I guess.
But
typically, not all the time, like you do with the checkmate or with the Barrett.
That'll be all right. Isaac, double tap this screen, put a like on the video, and I will absolutely answer that question. If any of you, I missed your question, I didn't answer it, and you double tap the screen, ask it again. I just missed it as stuff scrolling.
Sure, there's probably plenty of likes too. We just got a like. A couple more.
So as far as most guns, I'm assuming small caliber type thing, semi-auto. I don't really carry a mouse gun. Smallest gun I carry, generally speaking, is my Glock 26. I have that little North American Arms 22 that occasionally I'll put in my pocket. D-Wallet, I'm not sure what the black Barrett is. Maybe you mean the black Mamba. That's on the very top.
Beretta,
Oh, the black Beretta.
maybe.
Okay. What do I do for a living? I test government equipment.
Yeah, Beretta.
I appreciate it. Hopefully you subscribed.
I think we have videos of us shooting it, don't we?
I don't know if there's videos of the Beretta or not. I try to put some stuff up there that's interesting. I try to change it up, but there's some go-tos on here. So I test medium and heavy tactical wheeled vehicles for the Department of Defense. Yeah, appreciate it. Sub. If you have stuff on your channel, content posted on your channel, go in the shorts and leave me a message. Say, hey, I was on your live, and I will come to your channel. I will probably subscribe more than likely. Definitely, if you subscribe to me, when I get comments in my shorts, I can go in there and it'll say messages from public views or something like that. So I can tell anybody that creates content, they can tell if people are actually subscribed or not. Absolutely. Yeah, I get paid to break shit for a living. That's the gist of what I do. I break shit and get paid for it. I type it up on a computer and on to the next one. All right, Fernand, I appreciate you hanging out and engaging, and hopefully we'll see you another time. Oh no, don't take it as I wasn't going to answer. I did forget about that.
Yeah, me too. That was a while ago.
Thank you for coming back and re-asking it. To answer my question about the double barrel 458, I don't own anything like that. The 458 lot, my understanding, is a great rifle for Cape Buffalo. I don't know if my balls are big enough to shoot one. I did sell one 2 years ago. I sold a Ruger. It was a bolt action to a customer who was going to Africa to shoot Cape Buffalo, and that's what he bought it for. So that's the only experience I have with the 458 lot. Number one, my balls aren't big enough to shoot it. Number two, I don't own one. But if you do own one and you have videos, like I said, hit the short. Let me know who you are, so I can find your channel and I'll check it out. Oh, my Harley pig? Yeah. I have a few Harleys. The Daniel Defense rifles are good. That's another gun that I have zero experience with, is that 375 H&H. I've never seen one in person. I bet it's a big dangerous game rifle, man. Oh man, I'm about as American as it gets. That's one thing I will say about AR-15s in general, especially now in the time and age we live. There's a lot of options out there for shooters to get into a budget-friendly or budget-minded firearm, an AR-15, and either shoot it until you wear it out or slowly upgrade it and turn it into what you want. So I personally, where I'm at in life, I wouldn't buy a PSA. Where I was 20 years ago, I'd have had a shitload of PSAs. There you go, Mr. Everett. No, I'm not going to sell my sign. I actually got that during the election cycle when everybody around me had their vote for this person, vote for that person sign. I bought it, and I've had it, so I think it's funny. I do. I have an actual real AK-47. It's a Pro-Chin, People's Republic of China export, Type 56. That's a real AK-47. Other than that, I have a couple AKMs. That's AK-47 modernized. I do have 2 RPKs and 1 AK pistol. The 4570, that's a hell of a round, man. So I'm sure you know, but there's actually like two load-ins for a 4570, and depending on what firearm you have to be careful. So they have a 4570 government that's intended for older, like trap doors and stuff. It's a lighter load-in, more historically accurate cartridge. Then they have their standard 4570. So if you look on a box of 4570 and it doesn't say 4570 government, it's a standard conventional load-in and it's more powerful. If you look on the box and it says 4570 government, it's going to be a light loaded 4570 round, and that's directly due to the fact that cartridge that cartridge has been around for well over 100 years, and like the Springfield trap doors were chambered in 4570. If a person has a trap door, even a modern reproduction of the trap door, and they shot a standard 4570 cartridge in it, it would do bad things to the firearm. Well, I would say a 56 counts, but we all have our own opinion. I would like to have the Type 1, Type 2, Type 3. I mean, who wouldn't like an original milled Russian AK-47, right?
Or for that matter, any original firearm.
I want to get one of them too in 4570. Did you get the Trapper or what's the other model? Is it Trapper and the other one, the Skinner maybe? Does that sound right? Is it the Trapper and the Skinner? All right, Double X. I appreciate. I'm sorry for not answering your question right away.
Yeah, it was a long time
I
ago
do
you asked
apologize for that. Thank you for re-asking it, and thanks for hanging out and engaging. I appreciate it very much. There you go. That's a good stout round, right? It's interesting to see the types of things people do with a 4570 and the type of game that they'll take with it. My brother-in-law had one years ago. It was the Marlin, and he bought it for a brush gun, and he brought deer home with it. Um, but I think 4570 is a great multi type caliber with the understanding you're not shooting long range with it, but moose, elk, uh, deer, mule deer. Um, I mean, it's going to handle business. I know when we were shooting it at 200 yards, I didn't have a chronograph at the time, but it was interesting, like at 22 at the same distance, bang, ting. That was the same thing, bang, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It wasn't really a ting. Do I have an M60? I do not have an M60. And should I should I be ashamed or proud of myself that I know exactly what you're talking about? Rambo First Blood, that came out when I was a kid, man. I couldn't even wait, right? Double tap the screen. I'm holding my answers ransom today. But Rambo First Blood, that was a badass movie. Still
I don't
probably.
think I've seen it.
Yeah, you probably haven't seen it.
I think I've never seen one movie that Rambo was in. I don't remember what that was.
Yeah, Rambo was cool, man.
A lot of the older famous actors, I've only seen one, maybe two movies, if any. And like Chuck Norris, I think I've seen one or two.
I bet. Deshaun, double tap that screen. Give us a like. Marius, I'm probably not saying that right. I will absolutely answer all your questions. You got to double tap that screen. Well, Banda, double tap that screen before I kick you out.
Just got like. Want me to turn this light on over here?
No. Walther's probably a better firearm. What was the question right before that?
Yeah, that's what it was. What do you think about Glock or Walther? Which weapon is better?
I think Walther's probably a better gun. There was another question right before that. I missed it.
It is followed by, you got any shotguns?
I have a bunch of shotguns. Well, not a bunch. I have a Browning over under. I got a Benelli M1, Caltech KSG, and a Remington TAC 14. And then I have, for my kids, I have a youth model Escort in 20 gauge. The other ones are all 12 gauge. I think CPMM. You're asking if I have a Colt 1873. I do not own any Colt single actions. In fact, the only single action pistol I have is a Ruger, but it's definitely not that. Time do you work?
At 4:30, I'll be getting here real shortly to go get ready. About 10-ish minutes.
I bet we tried.
Yeah.
Did we try turkey loads in it?
No, I think the only thing we did turkey loads with was KSG.
We shot slugs in it though.
Yeah.
when I first got it, I put a side saddle shell holder on it. Um, I went with the bigger one. I think it held 7 rounds, and I completely underestimated the recoil that thing was going to have. I damn near broke my hand. Being left-handed, that thing. I mean, it did some nasty shit to it. Number one, that side saddle got removed, uh, and number two, I never shot any more slugs out of it. But it was impressive. It's actually a really cool gun. Um, I mean, it'd be a really cool SBR with like a Magna ported barrel, get the barrel ported. Or one thing I did ask one of our local gun shops here that does gunsmith, and nobody's a real gunsmith anymore, but I went in there and asked them to install choke tubes into the barrel in the TAC 14. I figured, it's a modified, or I think it's improved bore, right? If you look at it, I'm pretty sure it's an improved bore, so you can definitely thread that for choke tubes. I'm like, you know what? It is what it is, but if you could put a full choke in that, I mean, it'd be pretty wild.
Yeah.
And they asked me what it was. I told them. The two guys looked at each other. I said, "Yeah, we don't do that kind of work anymore." So
Yeah. I mean, sounds about
Osman,
right.
double tap that screen, and when I see a like on there from you, I will answer that question. Cuervos, I will answer that question too. Same thing. Double tap that screen. Mr. Baby Yoda, can you shoot the gold Desert Eagle? Double tap the screen, and I will answer that question. So that's 3 of you.
Yeah, for Orange, it sounds about what would happen with a spicy load out of the TAC 14.
Yeah, I it's impressive though. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, we got a like.
okay, 2 more. Guys, double tap that screen. I'll answer them 3 questions.
So is Baby Yoda who liked.
Baby Yoda. All right. So now I feel like this is going to be a disappointment for you. I am not able to handle any firearms on YouTube Live. I will get a strike for it. The gold pistol you're seeing is not a Desert Eagle. There is a Desert Eagle on the table. It's actually up. It's the third one up from the gold one. But the gold gun you're seeing is a Gerson MC Deluxe. It's a Beretta clone. That's a smoking deal. I want to say, I mean, I can tilt the camera just a little. How's that? Probably doesn't work for you so much. That's about the best I can do. Getting anything too much movement wise will get me a strike. I want to say I paid maybe $4 or $4.50 for mine. It was from Fleet Farm too. They had the Mossberg Shockwave. Cuervo, I appreciate. What was Cuervo's question?
Was what would be a good first pistol?
So a good first pistol, assuming it's something you'd want to carry, any of the compacts. I'm kind of partial to the CZ size guns, but a Glock 19 is a good affordable gun. A Canic, a lot of people really seem to like them. I would probably stick with something similar to that. A lot of people like the Glock 43X. The problem with like the Glock 43X is when it's time to go shoot it, you'll be very disappointed in the accuracy you get. 7 yards and in, it's fine, but part of owning a firearm is getting to go and shoot it. The compacts and subcompacts, they're going to leave a lot to be desired for accuracy. Mr. Baby Yoda, you are absolutely correct. None of these are airsoft. They're all real.
Well, unless YouTube's listening.
well, they can listen. So that's what I can tell you. We'll move that just a little bit. There.
I mean, if YouTube's listening, they want to be simpler, then these are all just high pressure water guns.
The Prodigy, I've been looking at them. A lot of people seem to really like them. I think the Prodigy comp is interesting. I have not shot the Bull Armory. I hear a lot of people talk about them, but I have not handled one. I've seen a few people shoot them at matches. So, have you had any issues with that Prodigy? I know people were having issues with the first generation of them, and I've heard of people still having issues with the Cerakote they're putting on them, being a little thick and causing like binding issues in the slide. We were just shooting with a guy in the fall, and he had one, and he was telling us how he put a valve lapping compound on the rails and just worked the gun a bunch of times until it lapped itself in and cleaned it up, and he said it shoots great. But I think bang for your buck, they're in there. I'm not sure I would go in that price range. I'm not sure I would go with any of the companies that maybe aren't maybe that widely known, like the cheaper 2011s that are out. I think I wouldn't want to go with anything less than maybe, them. And I mean, Springfield, they make a lot of guns and they have issues, but at least they're here. John, how are you doing? Yeah. They have the 4.25, and then they have the 5-inch. And maybe I should say too, my purpose is I wouldn't have a use for the 3.5. If I bought one, it would strictly be for probably USPSA, maybe IDPA. So I personally, I wouldn't buy a 3.5. Tito, double tap the screen and we'll answer your question when your like shows up.
Be live.
Tito, they are 100% real. I appreciate it. Yes. So the thing to remember with an AR-15 is it's a mil spec item. Anything mil spec has a technical data package attached, which is a blueprint, right? It's a blueprint. And every company uses on an AR-15 mil spec. There's mil spec pluses, and then there's some companies that have like different receivers, but the core print, the dimensions, where the holes are, the machine openings, all that stuff, it's off of a technical data package. So any AR-15's lower parts kit will work. Any AR-15 drop-in triggers will work. The bolt carriers, them are all interchangeable. You do have to watch headspace when you change bolt carriers and stuff, but it's a mil spec item. It's a great way to get items. Now, with tolerances on mil spec, you can have something that's a tight tolerance or a loose tolerance, but it's still within a range. So companies like Daniel Defense claim they're mil spec plus. What that means is they just, rather than having a thousandths tolerance on a machine surface, they have 5/10. They just use a tighter tolerance, which makes a better product. I honestly don't know. I'd be lying if I told you anything about a Kel-Tec P17. Yeah, Gage is watching the toll booth for me. The troll booth.
Actually, I'm going to get ready for work, but it'll be like a heart that'll come up over here. Doesn't 100%.
Well, tell Harley to come down. She can watch the troll for us. That'd be pretty badass.
We also have her bring down her phone so she can connect to the music too then.
My thoughts on the Mini 14s at this point we can call a Mini 14 a historical firearm. Bill Ruger's the shit, man. He designed some really cool things. And a Mini 14 will never, ever be as accurate as a good AR-15. But they're good rifles. You know, it's a M1A shrunk down. In a lot of states, or even a lot of people, right? You show somebody a Mini 14, you show them an AR-15, and ask which one you want to ban. They're going to say the AR, right? Mini 14s they're a little more not as scary, right? Have you shot the new Bodyguard 2.0? I have not shot the new Bodyguard 2.0. I think Orange Smoke, were you the one that said you had one of them? It was either you or that, not a sponsor. I can't remember. I think it was you, though. I think we were just talking about that a couple days ago. There's a 1911 on the table. Marcus, double tap that screen. Let's see a like from you and I'll answer that question. Yeah, you said do you have, yeah, you're asking, do you have a 1911? And I said, yeah, there's one up there. Make sure you double tap the screen. I haven't personally seen an Echelon in person yet, but they're interested in looking. Yeah, see, Orange Smoke has that 2.0. Double tap that screen and I'll answer them questions, but Glock 17. Watch music here. Don't worry about music. Ask him how to do that. The Kimber TLLs, I had one of them for a while. It's a pretty nice gun. You know, the LA SWAT team joined it, and that's where the TLE came from, Tactical Law Enforcement. Knowledge, yeah, it's a Mac 11. I think I don't own any 44 revolvers currently. I own two 44 Magnums. One's a Rossi lever action, and then the other one's my Desert Eagle. Pay attention to that. Yeah, we're in it for the long haul. Deal with it. Or I'll take your electronics away.
I'm trying to text Mommy something.
Yeah, I have. You guys, double tap that screen, man. Kind of making people pay for answers today. But yes, I have 22 rifles. I have a few of them. Let's see, I don't own a Sig P 250. CZ Shadows are nice. However, there is no CZ Shadows on the table. There's a CZ Tactical Sport Orange 2. There's a CZ SPO 1. No. Again, Orange Smoke is on here. He has CZ rifles. He'll tell you what he thinks. Midwest perspective, I appreciate it. We're in the Midwest area, so I'm in the Midwest myself. So what you see on the table is what I'm going to show today. Trying to turn the camera isn't really working out so good, and I can't handle them on a live. I do see demo ranches retiring. So my personal carry gun is in the far bottom left corner, and it's a Glock 26. That's my carry gun. It's a Gen 5. I carry the Gen 3, the Gen 4, and the Gen 5. Currently Gen 5. 1911s depends on how they're sprung and what ammo you're shooting through them, but they're not uncomfortable by any means. Southern Michigan, a bunch of people from Michigan. I'm in Wisconsin. What do you mean by sold a bunch of channel guns, Dave Casey? You're in Toronto, I assume? If you guys have a channel, I would love to check it out. However, the only way I'm going to find your channel is you got to go into the shorts or videos. Leave a comment in there. Let me know you were there from this live, and I will come to your channel, and we will definitely have conversations there. I'm a firm believer in supporting the people that support me. And I will absolutely check out your channel. Marcus, ask your question. Make sure you double tap that like though. It's gonna jam with them. I mean, the Rip Browns, I don't know any firearms that feed them really well. Dave Palmy, go ahead and ask your question. Make sure you double tap that screen though. It's like a troll toll today. Trying to make sure these likes get up on the video. And that way I can get some engagement from you guys too, throwing a like, but I'll answer your question. The ATF, the NIC system, I'll be honest, man, I get delayed almost every time I purchase a firearm. Now for me, if I know I'm picking up a gun on Friday, I'll go usually like Monday or Tuesday and fill out my paperwork. Mr. Gert, we're not going to get any boys holes, but I definitely want to help my channel grow. So that's the way to do it. I have never had a bad experience with anything Aero Precision. They have over the last few years, they've become much more affordable products, and their quality. I mean, I've never heard anything bad about them. I think I answered the recoil in 1911. There you go, Brian. See, Brian, you can answer that question for him about 1911 recoil. If you guys haven't checked out Brian Meyer's channel, Gen X, check his channel out. You can find him right now. Click over to his channel, give him a subscribe. He's cool shit. Dave, I don't hunt anymore. I used to hunt a lot. After my mom passed away, we got rid of the farm. I used to hunt on neighbor's property there too, and I just don't anymore. We had a land lease. We lost that land lease a while back. The man who owned the land that leased it to us retired and sold the property. But I used to hunt. I used to duck hunt, turkey hunt, deer, of course, small game, pheasants. That was me. I used to do predator, or not predator, varmint hunting, coyotes. So there's no red handle Glocks on here. There's a SPO1 and a Dan Wesson. These guys are liking, right? Watching that? Let me know when they do. So something you may not realize, everybody thinks the RoboCop gun was a Desert Eagle. It wasn't. It was a Beretta. It was a Beretta, I forget the model. Just, I'm not sure what you mean by a Viper. Lively, the Desert Eagle, I have both barrels. It's a 44 Magnum, and then I have the 50 cal barrel for it, or the 50 Action Express. I've been thinking about doing the same thing with my SPO1s and that PCR. I just haven't. Honestly, I don't shoot them very much. When I go out with the CZ, I'm either shooting my Checkmate or the TSO2. It did look huge, but they have that big old monster comp on it. I know for the longest time I thought it was a Desert Eagle too, and it wasn't until, a while back that I knew more about firearms that I realized what it was. Mega, I think you answered your own question, There you go, see? Brian knows. Yep, so does Orange Smoke. Brian, have you ever checked out Orange Smoke's channel? He's a new creator. Been chatting with him quite a bit. Orange Smoke too. His comment right above you is Brian Myers there. He's solid shit, man. Funny as hell. I don't know if D-Dog Tactical is still here, but he's another good channel. There's a bunch of you guys, man. All solid people. All really, really solid people. I'm blessed to be able to interact with you guys. So I do have experience with the Baby Eagle, right? It's a real close copy to, I am familiar with the Hellion. Don't let me forget that. I'm going to come back. The Baby Eagle is a close copy. It's off of the CZ75. And it's a great gun. I had one. I sold it to a customer. I did work on it for him. I refinished it for him years ago when I had my shop. It was a good shooting gun. The Springfield Hellion, I have one. I got it like right after it came out. I have the original version, the 16-inch with the goofy safety. I like the gun. I honestly like the gun. The only thing I don't like about it is the trigger is dog shit. There's a company called Black Tactical Talon, or Black Talon Tactical. I think it's Black Talon Tactical. I was actually contacting them yesterday. They will be introducing some upgrades for the trigger. It's going to be a send-in type thing. Either you send in your trigger pack or you send in your whole gun. If you send in the trigger pack, they reduce the pull weight. Holy cow. And they reduce the reset a little bit. If you send in the whole gun, they drastically reduce, because they have to modify the gun. They drastically have to reduce, or it drastically reduces the pre-travel over travel, reset, and trigger pull weight. Now they're not talking 2-pound trigger. It's still going to be like a 4.5-pound trigger, but compared to what is it, 7 pounds or something that it is, that's a drastic improvement. Not only that, but they're teaming up with Springfield to sell their whole guns, because you send in your gun. They're going to sell their whole guns on and in correlation with Springfield, from Springfield, with the trigger work done. And they were talking they're going to start next few weeks where they're going to have pre-orders. There you go. Baby eagles are nice. I said that. I mean, I think we'd all like to have everything full auto, but that whole pesky federal NFA, right? I'm not a manufacturer. I'm not an SOT. I don't have my FFL anymore. So that stuff isn't going to happen. It's all right. I wouldn't sweat that, Brian. No, I'm not. Double tap that screen for me, Marius. But no, I'm not familiar with that firearm. My favorite shotgun, my favorite shotgun that I own, I really like my Benelli M1. I've had it for a long time. However, Benelli M2, Benelli M3, Benelli M4, they're all classic firearms. The Beretta 300, 390, you know, them are all great guns too. I'm not sure what you want to call an SMG, because technically an SMG is full auto. I don't own any full auto guns that are sub caliber. Slugger birdshot, depends what you're doing with it. How'd it bite you? Yeah, I've had my Benelli probably about 20 years now, and I got it used. I've traveled the country with it. Like when we went to Washington D.C. and stuff, because you can't have a handgun there. I had my shotgun with me. We stayed in Baltimore. I that was my, I don't want to say home defense, but that was my defense gun. That's a good thing about a shotgun is you can take it anywhere. But that was my old 3-gun shotgun, so I shot it for years for 3-gun. I used to shoot it for trap and sporting clays. It wasn't necessarily a great trap gun, but it worked. It was what I used. That was my pheasant gun, my turkey gun. I mean, out of all the firearms I own, I'm not going to say it's been used the most, but it's been used the most. I've used it for the most multi-purpose things you could. I've used it for hunting. I've used it for, you know, my personal protection. Baby Yoda back. Welcome back. The Beretta M2s, they're good guns too. They're really good guns. They are. I think, and I don't remember, but you probably remember. I don't remember if it was marked HK first or second. I think it was HK because they imported them. And I'm not sure at what point Benelli got bought by Beretta either. But I think they were imported under the H&K brand, and then they came in on their own. I honestly don't remember. I should buy a left-handed Benelli. I should get the left-handed M2. Yeah. That's exactly why I bought my Hellion 2s, because I was left-handed. things like the Tavor or is it the Steyr that you can convert to being left-handed. They never did much for me because of the cost. You actually gotta pay to convert it. Or you buy the left-handed model, you can convert it right-handed, or you buy the right-hand model, you can convert it left-hand. But there's an expense. Where the Hellion, I mean, there's no parts involved. Less than 5 minutes, you have the gun apart, converted, and back together. There, we'll give him his free ammo right there. What do you mean by an MK? Yeah, you just pull the bolt out, you pull the cam pin out, switch it around. You pull the little pin out for the ejection port, switch it to the other side, and you're up and running. It's super easy. Only thing I don't like about the gun is the trigger. That's it. I love the gun. Otherwise, it's accurate. It shoots good. It shoots 55 grain decent. It shoots 62 grain decent. It shoots 68 decent. It shoots. I think it was Hornady 70 grain. We were shooting in it. It shot them decent too. So as soon as they come, even the safety. I'm not like in love with the safety. I mean, I'm not going to take it home and make love to it, but I don't dislike it. It's usable. I wish that you could remove one side or the other, because I know when I shoot it, the position of the safety, it does, like on the left side where my shooting hand is, it does contact my hand and you feel it. Lively Cuts, double tap that screen. Throw a like on the channel, we'll answer that question. Let me know when they do that. I even like the charging handle on the Hellion. It's usable, I know some people complain, hey, that you can't lock the gun open. You can lock it open. You just have to manually pull that charging handle back, stick your finger in the mag well, and push that up. All right, Lively, I would prefer to have the Mac 11 because it's authentic. The Masterpiece 9, I know there's a lot of people, it's kind of a hood meme gun, right? But I would rather have the authentic Mac 11, just for no other reason, for the historical purpose. The value them have gained over the years is pretty stupid. Ask Gage to come help you out. John, I appreciate it.
It may not go back, but I'll ask him.
Go ask him. I think if I had the option, and we all have the option, but if I were going to purchase another Hellion, or if it were my first Hellion I were going to purchase, I think I would want the 18-inch barrel version. I think 20 is a little long. 16 is okay, but its velocity is a little. It's 18 inches, in my opinion, is the best barrel length. My M1A Scout Squad is 18 inch. I absolutely love that length. My AR-15 that I use for 3-gun, that's an 18 inch. I have plenty of 16-inch guns. I have plenty of 20-inch guns. I don't know what a 180 is, but my opinion, 18-inch in most situations, most barrel lengths is where it's at, with the exception of like a bolt gun. But AR-10's an 18-inch, AR-15's an 18-inch. The Hellion, an 18-inch would be spot on. Hunter safety or firearm safety? I assume this probably. I guess I'm not going to assume. You'll have to tell me which one. Firearm for your concealed carry permit, I assume. Already did. Man, some people, you know, all them autistic kids are out to play. I don't know really anything about the firearm laws there. So hopefully they give it.
Oh, it's back. And I forgot to let you know. I'm gonna go with Mom when Gage leaves because Mom said I can go over by Callie at 4:30.
Whatever. I appreciate it, Kill.
And when the hearts come up, is that a like?
I believe so.
Okay. Alright, because every time I put my thumb up is when a heart came up. So, hopefully.
Maybe you didn't see some of the comments that were scrolling through, but there was definitely some. Just like that right there. And who are you calling that, man? I mean, I'm a fat middle-aged white guy. How are you gonna call me that? Brady double tap that screen for a like. But yes, it's a 50 BMG.
That didn't, the one with Trump didn't come up on my screen.
I know. I booted him.
Gee, there you go. I don't know why people do that.
I mean, at this point, how many channels do you think he has? That's the third one. Let's see if we get a fourth one. Probably was the only word he could spell. It's probably what his mom calls his dad every time they get in an argument. Oh, wait. Dad probably isn't there. He's in jail. Probably what his mom says or his grandma says about his dad on visitation day. The gun, I think it's about 5 feet long. It's a 29-inch barrel. There we go. There's another one. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We get a fifth channel. Come on. Like hitting a record here. The funny thing is whatever.
I only had one of them come up on mine.
Come on, buddy. Let's get another channel. It's a 50 BMG. So it's the bullet is a 1/2 inch in diameter.
Taco Bell. I'll let you know when I see somebody's following that.
You can see the projectile holding up all the other firearms up here. It's a 1/2 inch. I think them are.
Isn't that 6?
Yeah, 6. She's probably telling him to pick up his crusty socks from the corner. We don't even use starch in your laundry. How come all your socks stand up on their own?
There you go, KFC is 5. The comments take a minute to come up.
I know. Just wait till his two moms come home and find out what he's been doing. Wait till she comes home and says, "Son, I am going to take your makeup away. If you keep that up, boy, I'm going to make you start swimming on the boys' swim team instead of the girls." I don't know, man. I mean, we clearly got us a little troll,
Later.
so that's fine. I mean, I'll just keep blocking them.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, Brian, keep reporting them. That's definitely hate speech. I mean, yeah. Christian, double tap that like screen for me, and I will answer that question. Keep an eye on it. She probably asks him, "Son, how come you have poop stains on the front of your underwear and the back of your underwear?"
Where did you get it from?
You're in my comments. There you go, Brian. That should help. I'm sure in a second you'll see what I just did for you. Use the power sparingly. Yeah, I can see him too. No, they're not fake, Christian. They're all real. Chat room, double tap that screen and I will answer your question. So I guess we answered the question of how many channels does he have, and it was what, 6 channels, 8 channels. But I'm convinced in this little guy. I'm convinced that he'll probably be creative and create another channel, or not. Yep, Brian has been knighted. I've known him for a while now. We talk. He texts me. It's not something I would give somebody lightly. So the recoil compared to the Glock, it's different. And there's a few reasons for it. One, on a Glock, it's a polymer fired gun, and with a polymer fired gun, no matter who makes it, they absorb recoil. It doesn't matter if it's a Canik, a Walther, a Glock clone. They absorb recoil on any metal frame gun, and it doesn't matter who, CZ, SIG, whatever, Beretta. You feel more of that recoil. It translates into feeling it. You know, you actually feel it in your hand. As far as how do they like respond under recoil, like how much movement they'll get, CZs are softer for muzzle flip, but you'll feel it more in the palm of your hand. Glocks, I don't think a Glock has a bad recoil impulse at all, especially at 9mm. I think a newer shooter would be better. I said this earlier. A new shooter would be better with a polymer gun versus a metal. Yeah, Brian's good shit, man. Chili guy, I appreciate your comment. Most of the time, police trade-ins. Double tap that screen for me. Police trade-ins are usually a really good buy. So a police service pistol will generally have high holster wear, high finish wear, meaning it'll be a little bit more beat up looking, but they're not really used as often as you would think they are. It's a daily carry firearm that gets drawn a lot and pointed a lot, but they're not taking these guns out and busting open a 12 pack and burning up 100 rounds. They shoot them when they have to. So generally speaking, from my experience, a police turn-in weapon, a police trade-in weapon, they've all been good buys. So I hope that Kyle answers that question. My opinion, a police trading gun is usually absolutely worth the money. You can save, a very reasonable amount, right? You buy a police trade-in Glock, $350 versus a new one for, $550, $650, somewhere in there. And the other thing with police trade-in weapons is they're serviced, right? They're maintained by an armorer. They're not Bubba Gunsmith in their own firearms. They're servicing them. That's part of their contracts they do when they purchase them as a service contract. Either they'll have local gunsmiths, armory service them for them. They have their own internal armorer that'll service them, or it's part of the contract. They'll send them in once a year, once every year, whatever, and they'll take care of it. I would love to show you a SIG, but I do not own any. There's nothing wrong with a P89. I had a P85 and a P89. Actually, when I very first started shooting USPSA, I had a P89. That was my first competition gun, which wasn't a great competition gun, but it was what I had. I already owned it, and so I shot it. The M&P 15s are good. I have one of them too. My daughter likes that. I can't show it today. What was it? I think my last live or 2 lives ago, I had it on the table here. I did show it. If you want to see it being used for competition, you can go to the channel. My daughter shoots it. That's the rifle she shoots in Steel Challenge. I don't know how old you are. She's 11 now. She's been shooting that for a couple years. I like that gun myself. Yeah, there's one on the table right there in front. I have a bunch of other ones too. I have the Gen 5 26. I have two 43Xs. I'll answer that, Shanna Bang. Double tap that screen and I will come back to that. I have two 43Xs. I have two Glock 17s. One's a Gen 3, one's a Gen 4. I have a Gen 4 Glock 34. I have a Gen 2 Glock 22. And I have a Gen 4 or Gen 5, whatever that is, a Glock 44. Let's see. How would the DWX stack up against the Staccato? It's not a fair comparison between the two. Again, talking about frames, the Staccato has a polymer frame, so they do eat up recoil. And it's a 2011 versus the DWX. The DWX is not a 2011. It's similar, but it's not the same. Yeah, man. I take my kids shooting constantly. My daughter, right now in the winter months, she competes at junior marksmanship. It's an NRA sponsored event. During the warm months, we shoot Steel Challenge and we shoot USPSA. My sons all shoot Steel Challenge, USPSA, IDPA. It's kind of what I want to do here. Just promote that and share it. Orange Smoke, I'm 100% in agreement with you. I already told you guys what I would want to own for them. That's about the perfect age to start getting them. A lot of people get their kids started sooner, and if it's done the right way, it works. But that's the age where they can really appreciate it, and maybe not even appreciate it or be respectful with it. But that's the age they can actually start learning the fundamentals of breathing, squeezing, and follow through. Much younger in that, and they're pulling the trigger to pull the trigger, which is still fun, but yeah, Roger, I appreciate you jumping in. Being an American, firearms is I think the rest of the world kind of makes it a meme, but firearms for a lot of us are important. It's part of what our heritage is as an American. For me, being left-handed would rule out the M9 because the transfer bar on the right side of a Beretta breaks my grip. I personally own a couple SPO1s, one's on the table. I do like the SPO1 after it's had trigger work. Factory trigger is kind of leaves a lot to be desired, but I personally prefer the SPO1. Really? You haven't posted on your channel yet? Have I tried to stop being left-handed? No. No, I'm not going to stop being left-handed. I can shoot. If you're asking, can I shoot right-handed? I can shoot right-handed. I can shoot rifle. I can shoot handgun just fine. However, it's kind of like trying to masturbate with the wrong hand, right? It works. You can do it. It just doesn't feel the same. Yeah, we were watching him with that. He definitely can shoot it. Well, there you go. See, it's hard for me. Are we talking about shooting now, or are we talking about the other one? Because I need to know that answer before I finish my comment. Brian's already finished. He. The other one, it's hard. It's hard to, go from hand to hand when one of them's choking myself or holding my belt. But we all work with what we got. Nothing more than a starch mark. Nighthawk, how are you doing? You watching that?
Yeah.
So I'd appreciate it again, you guys that are joining in. Double tap that screen for me. Throw some likes up on here. Fair guys, that means you too. Double tap that screen for me. The worst thing about getting alive here and bringing all this stuff out is I gotta put it all away. Not really a big deal. There's worse things to complain about, but I don't have the compact Shadow 2. I was actually looking at it's the same gun, just single action, as the Dan Wesson compact. I was gonna actually get that for my daughter.
You just got
Not a
that
sponsor,
dumbass.
man. You're right as rain. I appreciate it very much. I was actually gonna get her that Dan Wesson compact. She had looked at the Shadow 2 compact, but the double action trigger pull was hard for her. So I'm like, all right, let's look at the Dan Wesson. And when they got one in for me to look at for her, it was too heavy for her. Again, 11-year-old. I liked the gun. I liked it a lot, but it wasn't exactly what I was going to use for my intended purpose. I'm not going to carry it. So I ended up buying her Shadow Systems MR 920p Elite, which for her age, being a girl, she's 11, correct. Yeah, how many 11-year-olds know that have an arsenal? I mean, that's me though. I buy my kids, I'm not the dad who go buy them video games and toys and all this. I buy them stuff that we can use together, right? Meaning I buy them guns, I buy them that type of stuff because we go shooting, right? We go shooting all the time. We go shoot competition. Let's go use that as it being a tool, something you can learn, spending time together as a family. That's my fair intake. I mean, and like for Christmas and that, I'll get her the shirts she wants or stuff like that. But I'm just not a big one of buying toys, and they have plenty of toys, man. That's what their uncles and aunts and all them guys buy. I want to buy them something they're gonna have, and hopefully someday they'll be taking their kids out shooting, or maybe I'm dead and gone, and the kids will get together and say, "Hey, let's go shoot a USPSA match." That would be awesome for me. She can shoot. She actually, for like NRA junior marksmanship, she's really good. So she can shoot precision rifle just fine. She's okay with handguns. She's pretty decent with the 15-22. I mean, keep in mind we're talking about 11-year-olds. She's not a bullseye shooter, professional, but she can hit the plates. She sometimes she shoots incredibly quick and accurately, and sometimes she misses. But I do the same thing. But she's learning, right? She likes to shoot. And there's times I watch her shoot Steel Challenge and I go, oh. And people are kind of look. I'm not saying because she's doing bad. I'm doing because if I'm not careful, she's gonna end up beating me soon. And that's a goal for a kid. I don't care who their dad is. They want to be better than their parents. This is, I think, what we all want. We use our parents where they're at in life or what they've accomplished as a goal. We want to be at least that good, right? At least for me.
Dad, can I tell them a funny story about me and Gage?
When?
During Steel Challenge.
If you want to come over here and tell them, don't get in the screen. You come right over here. So here, she wants to tell you a story. Anybody that cares.
Okay, so I was having a really good day. I shot really good. And it was like last season. My brother, that is 15, beat me by 8 seconds overall.
See, so for them, they want to beat me, and for each other, they want to make sure they beat each other. So spend time doing stuff with your kids. That's fun, right? I mean, get them out and do something. If it's not shooting, take them fishing. If it's not fishing, take them hiking. If it's not hiking, I mean, teach them something. That's the stuff that's going to carry through and make a good person. Yeah, she'll beat him, man. It's going to happen. I have high hopes in her. He's 15 now. He goes to Spain here in a couple months. So she'll have a little more shooting time with her this year. This will be her first year competing in USPSA. She'll be using that Shadow system. So I think it's going to start out a little rough for her, but I think the gun points well for her. She has a lot of experience on that Glock 44, so it's a real similar feel and frame size that she's used to. Um, one thing she like last year, I had her shoot my Glock 17 a few times, and she shot it, okay, but it had a lot of muzzle flip for her. That was part of the reason I got the 920 P, so I got the comp. Um, the sound doesn't bother her. It's the muzzle flip that gets her a little bit, so we'll help that out. And when we go shooting too, like it's just us having fun. I'll pick up, tic-tac-toe. I've picked up battleship, actual like targets, right? So not only are you spending time together competing against one another, but you're actually like becoming more accurate because you want to beat your sibling or your brother or your sister, or they want to beat me. So I like a lot of the games. If you guys haven't tried them when you go out shooting with people, man, it makes it way more fun because then you stop thinking about the accuracy and you start thinking about, you know, you're just having fun, and that builds on the good things, which creates more accuracy, right?
Later, Dad.
Later. What time are you done?
Like 7.
All right. I'm not sure what you mean by which unit. Yeah, I don't print anything off. I just buy them. But like Fleet Farm, I mean, you shop at Fleet Farm. They always have their little game. Their Connect Four, or their Tic Tac Toe, or the Battleship. Um, they have like the shooting gallery targets and all that stuff. Them are the ones we always pick up. Yeah, and in order to do it, you have to follow all the core stuff. Um, I guess it's not really for me to judge them guys. I don't have the qualifications to make any kind of professional assessment on what they are or what they aren't, and or what their abilities are or aren't. It would be, I just won't do that. I'll check it out for sure. Like last time, was it 2 weeks ago? My oldest and I, we went up to the indoor range. I had the DWX, we had the shadow system, and we had my middle son's TSO with us, and I picked up some of the galleries, and that was probably some of the most fun I had in a long time. Just sitting there with him and running through the gallery. It had big ducks, little ducks, flying pigs, stars, and little bullseyes. And we'd go through. He'd shoot them, see how many he hit, how many he missed. And then I'd go through, and I smoked him. And you could see he was a little disappointed in himself. But in his defense, I shoot more than he has, and I was shooting guns I've shot before, and these were all new to him. But he's impressive with it. He's a hell of a shot. He doesn't come shooting with us like he did when he was a kid, right? Still living at home. I don't think that's cheating. I think it's just using your resources. But a rimfire at 100 yards on a matchstick is impressive. A matchstick at 25 yards with a rimfire is impressive, I guess. But my oldest, he'll come out. You would absolutely dominate. He'll come out. He'll shoot a few pistol matches a year. Travis, double tap that screen for me, and I'll answer your question. So one of my all-time favorite firearms I own is my Springfield M1A Scout Squad. I absolutely love the gun. I love shooting it. It's incredibly accurate for what it is. I don't have an optic on it. I shoot the iron sights. It's got national match sights on it. It's got a great trigger. That's a gun that I generally don't bring out. If I take other people shooting with me, even generally my kids, I don't bring that rifle. That's something. A lot of times, even when I go shoot that's the only gun I'll take out. I'll just go out with an afternoon with it, and I'll sit down and just challenge myself. I can't show it in this because I got what's posted. I did have it in a live a few back. If you want, I can put it up in the next one. My next one, I was actually thinking, since you're all here, I was actually thinking about doing a service rifle. I was thinking about bringing the full-size government A3 out, or otherwise known as an M16. I was thinking about throwing the Mosin Nagant up. I was thinking about throwing my Chinese AK up, the M1A and probably the L1A1 service rifles, right? Do I have customized guns? I have stuff that's fairly customized. What's out today? I mean, there's my 1911 is probably the most customized gun on here that I built when I was in school. I did all the machine work on it. I did the front cock insertions. I milled the slide for the Bomar rear side. I milled the slide for the dovetail for a front safety. I recut the frame to accept that grip safety. I did all the trigger work. It depends on what we're going to use it for. Both of them are great guns, so I don't know. They both have strengths and weaknesses. There you go. A lot of people really like the Mini 14s. I wish I had bought one years ago when they were still like $500. I do want one. I don't own one, but I'd like the fold-in stock, the A-Team version. I kind of like that gun. I remember watching A-Team as a kid, and I always thought that was a cool gun. So I'm not a TSA expert, but what I can say about bringing any firearm parts in, what's the name of there's an actual rule about import and export and firearm parts. I think it's ITAR. I could maybe be wrong with that, but you probably wouldn't want to be bringing in firearm accessories. I mean, I'm not sure what they would do, like a light that would attach to a rail, but I wouldn't want to find out. I think the 5.7 in the commercial version is neutered. That's not really what a 5.7 cartridge was supposed to be. It's significantly underpowered from what the NATO spec for that round is. A 5.7 for a carry gun. I think there's better options out there. the commercially available rounds are real identical or real similar. Let me use the word similar to a 22 Magnum, and I don't think too many people are going to be like, I'm going to choose to carry a 22 Magnum over something else. The rounds you're buying, even the full metal jacket, are not, I'll say it again, are not going to penetrate armor. That's like where everybody gets a big hard on thinking that their 5.7 is going to go through armor. It's not. There's rounds available you can buy, but the normal commercial ammunition is not that. I'm probably just a lot older than you. You know, you look at your 5 guns right now and then think back 5 years. How many firearms did you own then? So the Gersan, like you say, it's a Beretta clone. For me being a left-handed shooter, the Beretta platform poses problems mainly with the transfer bar on the right side of the frame. For a left-handed shooter, my thumbs go right on that bar, right where that bar is. So if I get a good grip on the gun, it breaks my grip. I'm not impressed with that. The Beretta 92 I bought when my oldest was still at home. I think he was about 15. He was talking about joining the service. He did a lot of shooting with rifles, ARs, and stuff, so he's familiar with the platform. And he had been shooting his Glock. So I bought the Beretta 92, figuring if you're going to join the service, you might as well make at least sharpshooter, if not expert. Get familiar with the gun, right? Get time behind the trigger. He ended up not going in the service, but that's how I ended up with it. The Gersan, I got that. I was actually gonna gift it to him, and we were talking about it, and he asked me. So I told him I was gonna give him a gun. He goes, "Can I have your Mosin?" So I gave him a Mosin Nagant instead of that Gersan. I bought the Gersan because it looked cool, and I thought he was gonna like it. And had he seen it, he probably would have liked it. But I bought it because it was shiny. It looked cool. It was intended. I was going to give it to him. He ended up taking a nice Mosin Nagant instead. And I wasn't going to talk him out of it because that was what he asked for. So there's no FK on the table. I'm assuming you probably see the third gun up on the left hand side, which is a CZ Checkmate. I assume that's what you're looking at. Maybe the second one up, that's a CZ SPO1. That one's a tactical, but they do kind of look similar. The Bruno does resemble for sure the CZ75. Yeah, no, that's it's just a SPO1 tactical. Canada's out of control. The scope on the Barrett is a Leupold Mark IV. That's the deployment package from Barrett. That's the optic they put on all the military Barretts. They have the option to add, I think it's MRAD on top of it. I've been trying to get a hold of one. I'm just not willing to pay what they go for. Yeah, staccato owners are different. They're the ones wearing skinny jeans and the Hawaiian button-up shirts that are 2 sizes too small. Kind of got the the porn stash going on. That's what I see as a staccato owner. I mean, maybe that's the stereotype they're going for, but everyone I know, that's exactly how they look. I get it. I mean, they're expensive. I'm not sure who you're asking is a Fed. Yeah, there you guys go. See? Russell, double tap that like screen for me. It's a, I think it's a Mac 11. It's Cobra, made in 1989. I like my DWX2. I bought it end of November, beginning of December. It's a nice shooting gun. Eventually, I'll end up with the optic on it. I just haven't yet. No, I was describing the typical staccato owner. AKs that are chambered in 5.56 are nice. Button-up shirt, mustache, yeah, with the skinny jeans. Usually, Feds though, they always have the khakis. I mean, most people at this point, if they've been in the firearms game, sold firearms, professionally or anything, they can pick out a Fed in a crowd. It's funny, a few weeks back, I stopped in, actually the day I was doing paperwork for that shadow system, I was in there and I was talking to the guy who runs the counter, and I look over my shoulder, a guy come in, and I looked up at Vince, his name is, I'm like, that's a Fed, that's ATF. And he kind of looked at me, he's like, no, and he's like, hey man, can I help you? And he walked over and he moved his shirt a little bit, and there it was. I'm like, I told you. He's like, come on. I'm like, I knew it as soon as he walked in the door. But most of them are the same. I can't say any of them guys have ever given me a hard time, with the exception of when they came and confiscated my triggers. Yeah. Yeah, the man purse. At what point, yeah, they were FRTs. I actually got letters from them this last week telling me they made a mistake. We're going to return your property, fill out this paperwork. Antonio, hit that, double tap that screen, give me a like, and I'll gladly answer your question for you. When did man purses become manly? At what point did anybody be like, I got a purse like my mom used to carry, and it's masculine now? Because I can put my lip balm in there, I can put my staccato in there, I can put my whatever. What do people keep in a man purse? I mean, at what point? I don't get it. Yeah, man, you can think they're all fake. Go ahead. If you tell you what, man, call me out, say they're fake, click into the channel and watch a short. And then you'll be like, oh damn, I just made a damn fool of myself. That's okay. It's still gay. That's like one pair of high heels away from being a full transvestite. I won't even wear my backpack. I carry my bag to work. I won't even like one arm carry that because that's too close to a man purse. Then I put it on like a man, both shoulder straps. I holler at my kids for that. They'll carry a backpack and like, dude, it's got two straps. What do you think they're for? You know. But Every time I see a dude with a man purse, I shouldn't judge him because just me looking at him, I don't even have to judge him. You already know. I mean, it's you can pick him out a mile away. The other thing you see, and it's kind of making a comeback, is people wearing like fanny packs. That's another thing. I mean, if you're wearing jogging pants, so you want to carry your gun, you got to have a fanny pack. Bro, wear a pair of pants like a man. You know, sweatpants are cool when you're at home or going to bed, or you decide you got to go to Walmart at 3 a.m. for some ice cream. Cool, I get it, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me being judgmental and wrong. And it's always like the same guy will either have the fanny pack or the man purse, and then they'll be wearing the Crocs. Can't forget the Crocs. Them are ultra classic. Right? Be a man. You know? Well, man, go to the channel. I mean, you got me. You got me. I've never shot any of them. They're all brand spanking new. Never even been chambered. You got me. Man, finally somebody calls me out. Yeah, but all right, Orange Smoke. I'll catch you later. I appreciate it. But at least Indiana Jones carried a whip in it, not his lip balm. So the first thing I would do if there's an EMP blast, well, I would drive a couple blocks to my work. That's the very first thing I would do. Yeah, on the very bottom, it's my Glock 26 Gen 5. That's my carry gun. That's what I carry and how I carry it. 10-round capacity magazine with a Pierce grip extension. Factory gun, factory trigger, factory spring, factory sights. I carried a Gen 3 for 10 years. I carried my Gen 4 for about another 10. A couple years ago for Christmas, my oldest had gotten his concealed carry permit. And I went out and I was going to buy the Gen 5 for him, and I'm sitting there talking to him, and I decided to give him my carry gun. My nice carry gun I had for 10 plus years. I carried it. I trusted in it to protect my life, my family's life. It was worn, obviously left-handed, so it was worn on the inside of the frame from where I carried it. And I thought about it for a little while, and I decided to give him my gun. Kind of like he knew it was mine. He knew I carried it. He knew I used it. And I wanted the gift to be more than just giving him a firearm. So I gave him mine. And to him, we've talked about it a few times, it's very sentimental to him. Because like I said, it's got wear to me. I carried it, so the inside of the texture and all that's where it wore for me. That's a lot to think about. Um, if you were trying to travel after a major thing like that, you're just a target. My opinion, only my opinion, the best thing you can do is hunker down for a few weeks and let things kind of happen. Um, but trying to travel around, especially trying to travel with your family, like, oh, we got to get out of here. That's just a sure way to have things go wrong. Um, as far as favorite guns go, it kind of depends on what I'm using it for. One of my most enjoyable guns that I really like is my M1A Scout Squad. I really enjoy that gun. I enjoy shooting it. You know, for pistols, it depends on what I'm using it for. I have my favorite carry pistol, which is just a Glock 26. I have my favorite competition gun, all them types of things. So it depends on what I'm doing with it. But my most enjoyable gun that I have that I really enjoy shooting is just my M1A Scout Squad. Did you get that wood, Will? So if y'all still watching, give me a double tap on that screen. Feel free to jump into a conversation. I think at 5 o'clock here, I'm going to end that. So it's about 12 minutes away. If you guys haven't, consider subscribing to the channel. I mean, that'd be appreciated. There's a lot of other channels that show a lot of support. D-Dog Tactical, Brian Myers, not a sponsor to you, Orange Smoke, Stifler Manufacturing, and there's more. There's many, many more. I apologize that I can't rattle them all off the top of my head. So even if you don't want to, subscribe to my channel, subscribe to theirs. Show them some support. Join the 2A community. Connect with like-minded people. It's a great way to preserve your rights. It's a great way to learn about different things. Patriot Arms is another good channel to check out. So other than that, other than just sitting here watching, what are you guys thinking? What do you think the perfect carry gun is? Jay, I appreciate it. That's a North American Arms 22 long rifle. I think 10 millimeters a better option than 5.7. I definitely think that for sure. But again, that's my opinion about it all. What kind of 10 millimeter is it? It's a Mac 11, not a Mac 10. The Mac 10 is a 45 ACP. The Mac 11 is a 9 millimeter. That's a Mac 11 9 millimeter, and it's just semi-auto. I've had it for a long time. it's just kind of one of them things that's cool to have. It's interesting to see how the value on them has went up. Um, they've actually gained a lot of value. I appreciate that. The only thing I really do with it, and it's not something I go shoot all the time, usually once or twice a year, but I just take it out and bump fire it. Easy gun to bump fire. For me, hit 9mm, and Glock 29's good choice, right? I appreciate the like. Thank you. So my EDC is the Glock on the bottom of the table, the Glock 26 Gen 5, sorry. I've had that now for I think about 3 years. Before that, I carried a Gen 4 Glock 26. I carried that for about 10 years. And before that, I carried a Glock Gen 3 Glock 26. I carried that too for around 10 years. So for me, I'm pretty basic. I stick with what I know. My Gen 3 I sold when I bought my Gen 4. When I got the Gen 5, I gifted my oldest son my Gen 4 for his carry pistol. My Barrett I have owned for a little over 3 years. It's fun to shoot. It's not the most expensive gun to shoot, depending on what you're shooting with it. It's not uncomfortable to shoot it recoil wise. I mean, the gun moves, but it's not painful in any imagination. But what it is it's concussive. It's very, very interesting. You start shooting much more than 20 or 30 rounds in a day, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it in your head. It's like you got beat by a bat, and you'll feel it in your chest. I mean, it's actually painful. A fun gun to shoot. It's fun to shoot at anything that makes noise. I mean, steel plates and whatnot. And it's fun to shoot at distance. The furthest I shoot it, which is the range we go to, is 600 yards. And it's respectful. I mean, it's not a one MOA gun, but it shoots okay. I mean, it's not a sniper rifle. It's anti-material rifle. Yeah, it rattles you. Recoil wise, I mean, you could shoot it all day. It's literally, you could burn 1,000 rounds in it without being sore. But that concussion, you feel it. You know, the coolest thing about being behind it, when you shoot it, I mean, like, if you're not really expecting it, it'll pull the breath out of you. It'll like pull that air out of your lungs. That's kind of impressive. A Walther P88. I'm not picturing the P88. I have to look it up here when I'm done. You know, I'm not the type of person who's going to sit here and act like I know everything about every firearm, because I don't. I can only talk about what I own or have experience with. It's impressive for the first time. The Glock on the bottom is a 26 Gen 5. That's one of the guns when I talk with people or I meet new people and they're like, I've never shot a gun. I'm like, come on, we'll go shoot. That's definitely one I like to bring out and talk with people and shit. They're always like, I'd like to shoot that. I take them out. I accept that challenge because it maybe gets somebody into shooting, you know. But that's definitely one that people enjoy shooting, and it's the one that, like, it shocks everybody. It's impressive. It's impressive to stand next to it first and feel that concussion and that shock wave. And it's even more impressive to get behind the trigger. There's only one Beretta on the table. That's a 92 FS. There's a Gerson MC Deluxe. There's CZs up here. There's Dan Weston up there. There's Desert Eagle. There's a Shadow Systems. There's a Mac 11. There's a 1911. There's of course, from Black Mamba. I have no experience with a 450 Bushmaster. So I would love to give you one, but it's not something I've fired, and it's not something I own. No reason I don't. I don't own one. My choice of weapons from World War One, probably the Springfield 03. Oh, for sure. Yeah, they are, man. Everybody has that as a bucket list item. They just don't know it. I usually have a couple pieces of brass in my car too, and I started first few times by accident. But I don't know if y'all ever seen like pickup trucks and they have a 50 caliber shell for an antenna. I'll hand it to them. I'll give them it, unless I got to run them down the highway. But I'll hand people a spent 50 BMG piece of brass. Be like, man, put that on there instead. It's cooler. And the look people give you is like, part of it's cool. Hey, I just got something really cool. And part of it's like, man, you really got one. But even like at the range or something, if there's people out there shooting with their kids, I'll offer to let them shoot it, but I always make sure they take a piece of brass home from it. It's cool. It's a 50 BMG. Everybody knows what a 50 BMG. Most iconic weapons, right? AK-47, M16, Barrett 50 BMG, Desert Eagle. Everybody knows them guns, and of course the pump action shotgun, right? I'm not a super big fan of Turkish guns. The Gerson is obviously a Turkish gun, and it's okay. Some of their stuff is really good, some of it's not. The AP5, MP5, favorite gun, dream gun. I have a PTR MP5 clone. D-Dog, welcome back. It's a smooth shooting gun, roller delayed. No, it's not for sale. D-Dog, I'm actually going to get off of here in a few minutes. As the wife told me a while ago when she came home and couldn't come out here, this is my house too. So I don't care. Really? Hey, you mentioned that earlier. You were going to do that. I'm not familiar with that tax swap. What is it? I heard you mention it to somebody, or I read that you mentioned it to somebody, but I'm not familiar with it. It's one of them things that it brings a smile to people. I only know one person that owns a 50. I know a lot of people that own firearms. I know one other person that owns a 50, and it's a single shot. I wish I had the opportunity years and years and years ago to be able to shoot one, but I didn't. I mean, but it's a cool gun for people to see. And like I said, everybody knows what it is. I mean, even non-gun people know what a Barrett is. It's, so you get shooting, you see guys out there with his kids and they're sighting in, or different matches, competitions we go to. We shot in southern Wisconsin here early last year, right? And they had a shooting team that were shooting Steel Challenge. And I was talking to one of the guys, and I had a Barrett t-shirt on. He asked me if I have one. I said, yeah, I do. He's like, man, I've never even got to shoot one. I'm like, you want to shoot one? And we had Steel Challenge at our home range the next week. So if you come up there, and you shoot. When the match is done, we'll go over to the rifle range. I'll bring the Barrett, and I did. You know, their whole shooting team sat there and burnt up rounds. I mean, money out of my pocket, but it's a life experience. I don't have a FAMAS. The closest thing to a FAMAS I have is a Springfield Hellion. That's kind of a love child between the FAMAS and the G36. It depends on if you're going subsonic or not. If you're going to go subsonic, 300 is the only option. Otherwise, for my own personal use, I own one 300 Blackout. I actually built it for my son. But all my stuff is pretty much 5.56 or 223 Wild 5.56. It's cool, you know. It's cool to get to use the gun. It's cool to let people shoot it. It's cool to see the smile. I would love to hear the stories they tell people for the rest of their life about that one time they got to shoot that Barrett, you know. And hopefully, like I said, with some of these people, it gives them the bug, you know, and want to shoot. One of my doctors, his wife was pretty anti-gun. He liked guns, but she wouldn't let him have any. Last spring too, he said, "Well, bring her out," and took out just about every pistol I owned. And they sat there and they shot and they shot and they shot and they shot. And their favorite gun was the Tactical Sport Orange. So it is, and you know, for any of us, the more people that get that bug. I mean, this isn't COVID we're talking about. More people that want to join that hobby, um, the less people that are out there that are going to vote for taking them rights away. And you'd be surprised, all these people that are anti-gun and really dislike guns, I'm going to say, my estimate, probably 95% of them have no real experience with a firearm. And I'm not talking about the people that, oh, I went hunting with my dad and we killed deer. I'm talking about going out and shooting, going out and enjoying the sport, going out and um, competing at something. You know, a lot of people think a firearm is only for killing and harm, and they're not. I mean, there's so much more to it. That's like just saying cars are only for going to McDonald's. I'm optimistic for the future too. You know, when President Trump was in office the first time, I felt a big weight off my shoulders. Some of the attacks were gone, and it was amazing how fast 4 years went. And then not only how fast it went, but how much more hatred there was once Biden was in office. How determined them people were to strip people's freedoms and rights, and you know, just nonstop attack on every aspect of a person. You know, their moral compass was under attack, their rights, their beliefs, their traditions. You know, fuck, even the American dream of becoming an American citizen went right out the window. You know, I think he's going to. I would be really surprised if he didn't. And honestly, when he picked him for vice president, that was my first thought: is this is going to be our next president. And I'm telling you what, I was impressed with him before. I mean, the dude has balls, right? He's got balls, and he's a family guy. I mean, kind of my kind of guy. He's a combat vet who loves his country and realizes that if you love your country and you want to have an impact, you got to do something about it, you know? For the security of a free state. I love it when the media shows images of him and his dog and his kids and then his old lady. It's like, I mean, that's a solid dude right there, you know? And I don't think he makes any any excuse or apologies. He's just a straight up dude. Yeah, being necessary for a free state, right? I mean, I know where you're going with it. I didn't know if you wanted me to quote the whole thing or. Yeah, a lot of people been asking about the 5.7. The FN 5.7 is a great concept. The civilian cartridge that's being released to the public is neutered. It's not what it's supposed to be. The actual NATO spec load into that cartridge was just drastically different than what's being sold to the civilian market. A lot of people think they're getting something that's going to penetrate armor and do all these things, and it's not. It's real similar to a 22 Magnum, and nobody's going to look at me and say a 22 Magnum is the right choice for self-defense. Nobody. So that's my opinion about a 5.7. The FN 5.7, when they came out, they were really cool. Their safeties are a little bit wonky. I mean, it's like the safety was an afterthought. There's other options out there, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what they all are because I'm not that familiar about it. The 5.7 pistol, I don't really have a desire for any of them. If I'm going to shoot a 22 Magnum, I'm going to shoot a 22 Magnum. I'm going to pay 22 Magnum prices, not, premium ammo prices. So I don't know if that answers your question. I hope it does. You reload? I reload. I don't do crazy reloading. 9mm, 40, 45, 357, 44 Magnum, 223, 556, right? 300 blackout, 308, 300 short mag, 30, 30, 30-06, and the 8mm. I got dies for 7.62 by 39, bunch of brass, but I've never loaded for it. Kind of seems like a waste to shoot something out of my AK that I spent through the time and effort. So guys, do me a solid. Double tap that screen for me. Show some likes. Consider subscribing to the channel. You see D-Dog Tactical, he's in here. Subscribe to his channel, Brian Myers. Stifler Machining, 308. Orange Smoke, not a sponsor to you. Patriot Arms. These are all people that show me a lot of support in my channel. I'm going to give this like a 2-minute warning here. I've been on for quite a while. I'm in the central part of the country. Midwest, northern part of the Midwest. Left side of Lake Michigan. So I thank you guys that all came in here. I know a lot of you came and went. We're in the Midwest. Yeah, it's a DWX. That's the optics ready version. Indiana. Yeah, you're not that far away. Hey, do me a favor. I'm sure you got content, right? Pay the snucka. Probably didn't say that. Go to my regular channel. Same with you, Midwest Perspective. Go to the channel and comment in a short so I can, when I'm done here, I can find your channel. Otherwise, I can't go back and review these. My kid's gone. He was pulling stuff up for me on his phone, but he left, I don't know, about an hour ago now already. Any of you guys that are still here, if you want me to check out your channel, want me to subscribe, go on my shorts. Leave a message there. Let me know you're here, you saw the short, and we can communicate. So I appreciate it if you do. So with that, gentlemen, ladies, or whatever else is there, I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate the engagement and the conversation. It's always enjoyable. So I do appreciate it. And with that, gentlemen, ladies, things, you guys all have a good night, a good weekend, and I will talk to you all another time. Be good.